What's your favorite scary movie?
This is Halloween Town.
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
Beetlejuice.
You know, it's Halloween. I guess everyone's entitled to one good scare.
You're clearly the expert on such things. After all, I'm just a big fat wuss puss.
Whatever you say, Arbiter.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this episode of the CSC Critics Podcast, right in the smack dab of October. We're covering Coraline. With me today, we have...
Isn't this supposed to be November? Hello, everybody. I'm one of your hosts, Geeky Writer.
I am Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks. Oh, shoot. Is it supposed to be November?
No,
It's supposed to be November.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it's October.
Maybe it is the last. I think it's like the last week of October. Audience.
October.
This is our third week. Woo! Yeah.
This is the third week. Hey, you know what that works. And hey, if you're listening from the Beldam's parallel world, first, leave. Second, sit down. And thanks for listening, where you could be listening on YouTube or Rumble, or you could be listening on multiple audio platforms. And if you're interested in updates that we have, if we have any, you can find them over on Facebook, X, Twitter, whatever that's called, Blue Sky, Blueski, TikTok, Instagram, and then LetterBoxd, where we have it averaged out numbers of graphs of whatever we've covered. I think that's the spiel.
Sounds right.
Yeah. And if,
Okay,
oh, what?
No, I got our schedule turned around, I think.
Oh,
He's piecing together last minute.
Yes.
The last
I've
yeah,
pieced it
don't worry,
together.
audience. The November episodes aren't coming out in October, just for clarification. Yeah, so we're covering Coraline, the first film done by Leica Studios. Let us begin with histories, then we'll go into facts, then we'll go into the coverage of the film, and then ending with summaries and ratings. Let's begin with writer.
Sure. So Coraline was one of those movies that I didn't sit down to watch for a while, but I had seen the movie in passing quite a few times, as it is probably my mother's favorite animated movie. And she wastes no time introducing every person in the family to it. Whenever they're visiting, or a friend when they're visiting, if they have kids, doubly so. It's her. I think it's top number one. I did eventually sit down to watch it with her, or I could be remembering this all wrong. Where I did watch it with her the first time, and I just forgot. But legitimately, I don't know how many times I've seen this film, because I've seen this film uncountable amounts of times. My mom put this on as background noise, and sometimes we just sat down to watch. So this is one of those things I've seen enough where I've just lost track. I've also read the book for this is based off of, and I have seen the play, and I have a Coraline doll, and I have I got a long history with this one.
You don't have a writer doll, do you?
No.
That'd be concerning.
They're just being a big fan. All right, Crimson, we'll go to you next.
All right. So, almost a complete opposite. I've never seen Coraline. I've been aware of it. It is my first Leica film. I haven't seen any. This is the first one. I haven't seen Paranorman or the Bigfoot one, or was it Kubo?
Missing Link.
Yeah.
Kubo and the
Kubo.
Two Strains. Box
Did they do
Trolls.
box trolls?
Box
Yeah.
Trolls.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is my first one. First time seeing it for the podcast. I have seen the play back in middle school, or in between going to high school, whatever, to be that specific. And yeah, I have no merchandise because I hadn't seen it. So that's it.
Alrighty. You've also met one of the actors. I don't know if you want to share that too, but
Sure. I met Keith David, the voice of the wussy cat. Yeah, at a convention, and that was an experience I'll keep with me.
Yeah, certainly a tale.
Yeah.
All right, saves me for last. I'm in the same boat as Ryder. Can't tell you how many times I've seen this. I've seen this best shot probably over 20 times, maybe. I believe I saw this in theaters when it came out. I have no memory of that. I do remember I think, yeah, it was middle school. My math teacher wanted to show it during October to the class. Had nothing to do with math. And I brought up that I owned a DVD copy that I brought in to show the class. I remember that. I think that's my earliest memory that I can remember of Coraline. I have not read the book. And last year, for its 15th anniversary, it was re-released in theaters for 3D, and I went and saw that. And I have a Funko Pop of Coraline with the dowsing rod in honor of that 15th anniversary.
Was the
I think that's
3D
everything.
mind
I think there was
blowing?
also 3D was actually pretty good. This is a movie I would say is good adapted with 3D. There's some cool parts.
Cool.
Uh,
It looks like it would be.
yeah, unlike some other movies where it's just like I've also seen Nightmare Before Christmas, just another Henry Selick movie, also in 3D. That one wasn't really needed, but Coraline pops a little more with stuff. And I believe Coraline also had a video game, if I remember correctly. Never played it.
It would be of the time, early 2000s. Every movie got a game.
Yeah.
Or late
Yeah, and a lot of
2000s.
man, licensed games were really going somewhere back in the early 2000s.
They were. I'm kind of curious what the last one was. Because it's
Yeah.
not like they don't do them anymore. They just not as sporadically, I guess. Or when
That's
they do
pretty
them now, they're
fun.
just very the
I
kind of
guess
indie, lower budget.
my guess, this is the most recent one that I can think of right now is probably the Avatar game, right? The James Cameron Avatar one.
Yeah,
It's not
I
of
don't know if I
the
would call it that. But
well.
yeah.
A lot of the
Well,
licensed
no,
games
there
didn't
was an
follow the
earlier
stories
one.
too, though.
There was an earlier one that was off of the movie more
Yeah.
than the creators of
Frontier.
like Far Cry or whatever. Anywho, with that, we'll go into facts that I have of this film. Audience take this with a grain of salt. Found them off the internet. How true or false they may be, don't know. Did not get to sit down with Henry Selick. Did not go over to Leica Studios. Did not see things. Oh, I guess also with that, after the 3D 15th anniversary in theaters, there was a whole little, I think it was like 18-minute documentary about the making of Coraline and
You
like
just
revisiting everything.
you just triggered me in a good way. I did actually go to Leica Studios to see some of the sets that they made.
Oh, fancy that.
How could that have been
I don't know
forgotten?
how you would. Yeah, I don't know. I was forgotten talking about this movie.
Sorry. Okay. So, it's not really doxing anymore, but my mom used to work above Leica. The studio and CGI animators were beneath her in their building, and then adjacent to their building was where they had all the studios for their sets and everything.
Oh, very neat.
That's cool.
So I heard about, like, I heard the reason I forgot is because my mom was like, "Oh, I work above Leica. Oh, I think I saw Chris Hemsworth today coming out of the audio recording booth." And I'm like, "Okay." And I just got used to my mom dropping this stuff on me.
I'm sure your mom's going to really enjoy this episode.
Oh, absolutely.
Let's go with the facts here. Then I have of initial release date was February 6th, 2009. So right at the tail end of early 2000s. Has a runtime of 1 hour and 40 minutes, yet there are extended versions or alternate versions that have 1 hour and 55 minutes. I watched the 1 hour and 40 minutes. I may have seen the 55 or the 15-minute edition. Don't know a difference, or nothing's come to mind that changes. So
Yeah, same for me.
Well, seeing it the 20 plus times, how many of those were different formats? Did you like have the DVD and just watch that a lot, or?
like I saw it in original theatrical, DVD, Blu-ray, and then I guess the 3D version. But the 3D version for its 15th could have also just been theatrical, which I rewatched for this. I don't know if I've ever seen the extra 15-minute version.
Something to do in the future.
It had a budget of 60 million USD, where its box office was 75 million domestic, with a worldwide of 125 million. So just barely over double.
Profitable.
Its rating. Oh, what was that, Crimson?
Just nothing. Continue.
Okay, sweet. Its rating is PG. Its genre is animation fantasy, and it was directed by Henry Selick, who's done the directorial works such as Nightmare Before Christmas, not Tim Burton, let me just remind you of that, James and the Giant Peach, and Monkey Bone.
James and the Giant Peach. I definitely get those vibes.
Yeah, it has a lot of gothic aesthetic undertones, is what I describe James the Giant Peach, among other things.
Yeah, this movie does. I don't know. It seems familiar to me of Toy Story, like the first of an animation company, kind of giving a darker tone and then lightening up with future projects.
Toy Story 4.
No. And moving on.
Thank you.
A couple fun facts I have here. First one being the character YB Lovat is not in Neil Gaiman's novel of the book. He exists so Coraline would not have to talk to herself, and so she would have a friend of her own age in the film.
Yeah, and most of the things I have to say with regarding the book are related to exactly that fact. So,
Neat.
Interesting.
A big from Crimson.
I don't know. It kind of just explains why he just disappears later.
Or just reappears later.
No, that's also true.
That part. Next fact: Mr. Bobinsky wore the Russian Medal honor, Hero Medal for service at the Chernobyl nuclear disaster of April 26, 1986, which reads on the front: "Participant in the cleanup campaign." The 4A3C indicates that the I'm going to mispronounce this, Chernobyl nuclear power plant. This medal is unique as it's the only medal in the world awarded for participation in the cleanup. This might explain his skin complexion and his behavior.
And his mutated body.
Yeah, I definitely now need to rewatch the Chernobyl HBO series and just to look for Bobinsky in the background.
It probably isn't there, but you could think.
He'd stand out.
Exactly. I just want to imagine him in the background.
Next fact, there are 24 different puppets of Coraline used in the making of this film, and each one took 10 individuals and roughly 3 to 4 months to construct.
Seems about right.
Funny enough, this is why we're taking grains of salt from the facts on the internet, is I read there were 28 dolls.
Fascinating. Very well could be.
20
so anywhere
plus.
between 240 to 280 people.
Yeah,
exactly. Over 130 sets were built across 52 different stages at the studio, spanning 183,000 square feet, and 52 different stages were the most ever displayed for a stop motion animation feature at the time, roughly 4.2 acres.
4.2 acres, that's huge.
Yeah, the warehouse had stories. Wasn't as expansive as Warehouse 13, but it was pretty big.
Oh. 2 more facts I have. At the 1 hour and 40 minutes long, this was the longest stop motion film ever until Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio, which runs 1 hour and 57 minutes.
Wow. Held that record for quite a while.
It did.
Stop motion is very hard to make. Kind of makes sense.
Well, very time consuming.
It takes a long time.
Especially when you do it like this.
Well, it's 2025. Laika's first was 2009, and they've made 5 movies, I think.
Sounds right.
Yeah.
The Woods, I forget what it's called, but the Woods one
Wildwood.
is coming out soon. Wildwood, is that what it?
Yeah.
And last fact I have.
No, I was just thinking. I don't think it's related at all, but I remember there being like the Wild Thing, or it's Where the Wild Things Are, a movie coming out about that. And I don't think it's Laika, but that would be cool.
They're making another one.
Another one?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh boy. And lastly, at the very end of the credits, the words "for those in the know, jerkwad" appear on the screen. This is a clue that could be used on the Coraline website in order to get an entry into a contest that ran in the U.S. during
Yeah, I
its theatrical run.
was going to say I was not in the know when I saw that.
Yeah, I didn't look into what the contest had, unfortunately, but
Yeah.
those are all the facts I have. Unless either one of you have any additional.
Nope.
Let's see. Um. Nothing. I think I can't add in. I think as we're going along.
Okay, I kind of have the same too. I have a couple sprinkled out. I just don't want to front load too heavy. All right, so the layout we're going with for today's episode, audience, is going to be a 3-act structure with popcorn within each act. Act 1 is going from the very beginning of the film all the way up to when Coraline leaves Miss Fink and Forcible from downstairs and enters into the fog. And let us begin with very first-time viewer Crimson.
All right. I guess I'll talk about just the visuals. I think it looks really good. I
It
really
is
like all
pretty
the
amazing.
detail, and they went overboard with the actual animations on stuff, like things in the background that you don't really need to animate because it's not the focal point, but they do it anyways, and they really push themselves on some of this stuff, like the rat swirl thing. Wild.
Yeah. Everything
The
is.
Rat Swirl was awesome in 3D.
Yeah. I can't wait to. I wish I could see that in 3D. I'll have to wait till the 20th anniversary. I think. Um. The everything on this was handmade. I think in the background, so everything would even like when you're not in things that are not in focus and things are in the far distance. I think it's a hand painted background and everything. They really went all in.
Yes. And I don't think it was like the works of Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio, where they had these huge models, like huge heads and everything for shots. I think they were all roughly the same size.
Yeah, they do because the Coraline doll is, as far as I remember, supposed to be about 2 feet tall. I think so. It's pretty big, so they can walk her around her set pretty much.
Yes.
Good size for close-ups too.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to writer for the next.
This is probably up there for me personally in terms of maybe top 10 opening credits of all time. Um, on an aesthetic level, the music is fun and whimsical, but also on a world building level, it's conveying a lot about the obviously with the construction of the doll. There's a lot of like the Belden. It's implied the Belden is trying something new by swapping out the fluff of the doll and replacing it with sand and refreshing the doll and refurbishing it. So there's a lot of world building and like kind of setup that goes into the opening on top of just it being the opening credits.
Yes. I wish I had time to look into this a little more. I know there's something to do with the wallpaper in that opening that has to reflect off of the beldam and how it takes souls or lives or something. Like there's so much visual imagery of hints in the background. I didn't have a list of them, but it was very detail oriented and all that.
What's the timeline of this opening? When does it take place?
Of the opening credits?
Yeah, because it's made the doll before Coraline even arrives. If we're going with that was first.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not. They're not really clear on that because there's a line from YB later on that the doll used to belong to his grandmother.
Which I believe is the doll that flies into the window.
Yeah, which is the doll that flies in through the window. So the doll is, since it's reused, is very, very old. But when it specifically turns into Coraline, I'm gonna assume that it's before that Coraline arrives. And the reason for that is because there's a line that kind of implies the grandmother doesn't usually let people with kids stay in the pink house, the pink palace. But there's an exception made for Coraline. Whether that's related to the doll, I don't know. It might just be that she thought the kid looked familiar and did that, or maybe she might not know at all that the doll was changed. There's lots of littles to that I'm not sure of. But I would say it's
Yes.
before.
I'm also in agreement with before. The exception to allow Coraline when there's no kids, I don't fully get other than just like it. The grandma is like to protect other kids because of what happened to her sister, but also for the story of Coraline, for this to even work, has to be that way. So that was kind of wishy-washy to me. However, I think it's just a theory and not set in stone. But the Beldam has like spies more than just the doll that work in the real world. And the instance of it, I think it's in this act. No, it's in the second act. But there are like background spies.
And you got the rats. They're able to cross over. And obviously the doll is on the other side.
Yeah.
Um,
There's speculation if when Coraline's shopping clothes with her mom, that the lady with the orange hair is a spy because she's just looking at Coraline the entire time.
that's me personally is a bit much to read into for that, because all we really get with I'll just refer to her as mother, I guess. Other mother. I'm just going to call her mother. Coraline's mom is mom. That's going to be my distinguishing.
That would
So,
be confusing.
mother. All of her creations pretty much have buttons, except for one instance.
Two instances, kind of.
I guess, kind of. So I don't know. I feel like that would have to be backed more for that particular theory. But on the topic of shoot, I just had the exception rule of having Coraline live in the pink house. I find that is an issue, a problem, maybe. We haven't figured out the metric yet.
No, we don't.
It's an objective issue. I'll say that it's an objective problem. It will affect my scale because they don't establish an actual reason, and they kind of shoot themselves in the foot by establishing this grandma figure. Anyways, you could have YB just stumble upon the doll at one point or something. It layers some convenience, but we would know that mother would try to lay it in front of someone for it to be picked up. But the fact that the grandma is actively not wanting kids and then allows this kid without reason is a weird thing to just put in your story like that.
Do you wish that line was removed?
Yeah. If I'd rather have it or keep it, or have it or keep it, same thing. Have it or remove it, I would remove it.
Okay.
Because having it causes issues.
It can. We'll double back on this when we get to the end of the movie.
Funny talking about the cat.
That's yeah.
Yeah. That's going to be a whole topic.
I'll go with something of the very beginning when the doll flies in through the window. I've seen this movie so many times. But through the podcast, like objective, when it's flying in, I was just like, why the hell is this not centered? Why is the window off to the left and the doll? What's going on? And then the credits pop up, and I'm like, oh, that makes sense.
That's a little funny.
But I was so baffled. I'm like, why is this off center?
Rule of thirds.
That was my
that's
guess.
for the credits. That's for the credits.
And then my second note I wrote down, which is an agreement to Crimson here, is damn, this stop motion looks great.
Very,
Let's
very
see.
fluid. The only time it's not
think
fluid
just-
is intentionally not fluid, like with the ghosts. That's intentionally not fluid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The ghosts are angels to look that way. But like the
I
pouring of the
think-
sand, like you can tell it's sand. I guess the sound effect also goes with it in the Foley, but how that's like a full piece of clay or like look that's changing shape. It's a really cool detail.
Kind of like an Evil Dead.
Well,
Yeah, the whole stop
Yeah.
motion bit. And similar
yeah,
effect.
but Evil Dead, I guess dated might be the right word.
I'll throw out some other little quick kind of cameos since we kind of covered them a little bit because they're here early in the beginning. So, the moving truck has Amazon on it because Amazon helped to sponsor the movie.
Did
And that is-
Volkswagen
they've-
also sponsor?
I have no idea, but
No, but
Amazon
there's a
does.
reason why it is.
Why it's a Volkswagen?
Yeah, because it's a bug.
Okay. I guess
It's
so.
not a. I don't think that's a joke. I think that's made for that reason of the movie.
Yeah, the dollar that Coraline mom underpays as a tip has Henry Selick's face on it.
That was going to be a question. Like, who is this? It's significant. It's a person.
That's Henry Selick.
Okay.
That's
That
the
would be
director.
Henry Selick. Yeah.
Another, I guess, little fun fact to add into the bit. I read that originally, They Might Be Giants, the band, did songs for this movie, but they were cut out or not used. I think they did 10 original songs and maybe one was used or something like that. I just overlooked that fact. But what I do know
I
is
do
the
remember seeing that
music,
too.
the music in this movie, the lyrics are gibberish. Those are not foreign languages or anything. They are made up words so that anyone watching the movie can feel the sense of not understanding or feel lost.
Yes, I agree with that. That was at least when the OST where she's like the opening and exploring the garden. It's her theme essentially. There is a song later on where there is actual lyrics put to like beside her theme, but most of the time when her theme is up and you hear the vocals, it is just gibberish.
Yes. I gosh, I just wish I had more time to look into things of this. But since it's in here, the line, the well is so deep that when you look up, you can see stars, even in day. Do you two believe that the well is a second portal through to the window?
They have similar imagery of at the end when it's tossed down the well. It kind of resembles the portal through the door, but I don't know because when she does drop a rock, or yeah, I think it was a rock. I counted it, and it was a 4-second drop till a splash sound was made. So it does seem to have a bottom with water. So leaning more, it's just a well, but then again, the door had a brick wall at one point, so it could just change.
It's weird that you said it because I always took that line as in the opposite side of the world. It's always the sun is always down, or like if it's bright, it's this. If the sun is up on your side of the world, the sun is typically down on the other side of the world. So I always took that line to mean like the mythology, quote unquote, about the well is that it's so deep you end up on the other side of the world. You'll see, light in the middle of or you'll see stars in the middle of the day, indicating it's nighttime.
Mm.
Okay. I took
that,
it.
That being said, sorry.
No, you finish. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. That being said, I wouldn't put it past it being a second portal because I don't believe we see the Beldan's world at any point during the day. It's always nighttime.
That's what I was going to get into. Yeah. That the other world is always at night. So if it is to the other world, anytime looking through it, you would see a night full of stars because that's what the world's created.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. So yeah, I guess that's where I leave it. I can see it.
Let's go to Crimson for a second.
Okay. So we have the cat following Coraline around.
The Arbiter, yeah.
Yes, the Arbiter. And it's good that they establish it early, and since the cat does become a character, we can kind of theorize on what his intentions are here. And do you think he's just observing, or he's kind of wanting to sway her away? What do you think cat's intentions are here?
I think the cat's intentions are being curious because that's what cats are.
I think the cat is being curious, but I think the cat at this point might know that Coraline is the next target, being a frequent visitor to the other world.
That's true. Assuming this is a normal cat, it would probably not have been alive the previous kid that was snatched, which was the
No,
grandma's
I
sister.
believe that.
So maybe it's not even aware. Well, it seems to know a lot, though.
I believe the cat has gone to the other world before Coraline did.
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out its knowledge on the kid snatching. So I don't really recall anything that's referenced from it.
Yeah. It might just know what the beldam looks like in normal form versus other mother form.
Yeah.
And that it's like a trap that way, but might not be known about the other 3 dead kids.
Yeah, there's kind of implication that the beldam tried to hunt him down at some point because there's a game between them because she hates cats, and it might be related to the rats that live in that world or whatever. But there's definitely, and they definitely have an antagonistic sort of relationship. I think that would be enough for the cat as a character to infer that the other world is a lie. It's not. It looks like a paradise at night, but it's a lie. It's a front.
Horror show. I mean, what do you guys think it even looked like before building it for Coraline? Was it the white void the whole time till a kid came, or was it the grandma's sister's world before?
I think it's very barren to preserve energy and whatnot for the beldam until trying to trap someone. Then it gets built for the likeness of whoever beldam's trying to trap.
I had a theory on this. This is kind of related to something I think that happens in Act 2, towards the end of it, where we meet the ghost children. There's a line that says that their souls are burned away to give the beldam power. So I feel like, at least how I, in my imagination, took it with a more objective brain watching the film now, is that the beldam, the more children she gets, the more powerful she becomes. So the first child looks very, very young, comparatively to the other children there. Might have been easier to lure with a more simplistic world. And then obviously the older the child is, the more complex the trap has to get. So I always took that as a little bit of the world. She shapes the world as it's needed for her prey at the time, but her power gets stronger the more ghost children are involved. And that also explains a little bit more what happens in Act 3 once Coraline starts saving the souls of the ghost children, more or less.
Very well could be.
I hear the thoughts, the churning thoughts.
Yes, I didn't really take it in that the beldam gets more powerful after each soul consumed or, eating a child. I just saw that the beldam starves after a while without a child. And the father, the normal father says, or Charlie says a line that the Pink Palace has been around for 150 years, which made me slightly question, is it like every 50-year kind of increment? It's like how long the beldam can go off of one child at a time kind of thought? Or then again, is Charlie's line even like fully factual? Is it just kind of like a guesstimate? So
You touched on an issue I write in my notes, and that is the urgency. I don't know if we want to say that for a later act, potentially, but like, why?
the urgency to take a kid?
Yeah. Because things fall apart pretty quickly towards the ending. Kind of giving
Well,
the
I
vibes
think
that she needs Coraline, not just wants Coraline.
Coraline might be the most pushback of one of the kids that she's had previously.
Well, yeah, they all willingly let their eyes go. She did not.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll dive a little bit more into that in Act 3.
Okay. I can see that possibly being a flaw into the beldam to not give herself enough like cushion room for problems to arise.
What kind of comes to the topic of if this is her time, she needs a kid, then it's convenient that Coraline shows up right when she needs a kid. But then we'd be like, oh well, maybe she could have coerced the parents into checking this place out, in which point I think they would need to set that up. But I think that would be good if they did that.
Curious if she had any plan to possibly lure in Wybie.
I'm sure if the grandma let him in, there's a chance it could have happened.
It kind of comes across a little bit as that the beldam doesn't necessarily see beyond the Pink Palace.
You don't
Yes.
really get a scope. So I'd be
the-
okay with that because we don't see a limit past that.
Yeah, that's the one that fits for me, and also a lot of how she constructs the garden outside and everything else are and through her lines of dialogue is like she's clearly listening in to the conversations that she's having at the table. Because the Coraline doll listens to the mud conversation, so it comes back later when Coraline visits for the first time. It's like, oh, we love mud, that sort of thing.
Yes. Yeah, the dog sees and hears.
Yeah, so
Okay.
that's kind
Do
of
you-
what can help fuels the construction in the outside world. But I think as far as what she can actually see, uh, is probably just the scope of the Pink Palace house.
I would guess as well that the portal's one-to-one, essentially from location to location, and not changed. And
There's not a network of portals for her to pop
No.
around town or something.
no, I would guess not. It does kind of question where the window room is for the dolls to be made to the well, I guess. But
Yeah. Do we? Yeah, we don't really see. Does the mom have an office space that we don't see? I know
No,
her dad
they
has
have
an
a
office, but
they have a bedroom that we don't see on the other world,
yeah,
which is
See her
my guess
working
is
in the
where it's being
kitchen.
held.
yeah. The bedroom would probably be the workshop then, where she does all the work on the dolls and everything.
Yeah, and Coraline has kind of no need to enter there. And we know one exists because of the normal world is where she has the pillow parents part.
Yeah.
I was curious, as a question to the two of you, do you think the Little Me doll functions like Toy Story, where it's alive when not looking and moves on its own, or is like the doll from The Boy that is moved?
I think boy example. I think she could have like one of the mice move it. Because we don't really see the doll
Okay.
itself move, but we do know the mice can move outside the portal. That would be
But we do
my.
know the doll moves.
It does move locations.
Yeah. I think the mice could probably move it like puppet strings when needed. I mean, more elaborately. That's more of a a statement than what it actually is. But yeah, I think the mice would move it, or the rats.
Which one do
Okay.
you think, Sprinks?
I'm leaning. It's a real 50-50 for me. It's tough because we don't ever see the rats move it, but we
Yeah.
do see that the doll gets placed places and changes form to be placed in locations, but how it got to these locations are never shown.
Yeah, we don't see the
And it would
mice move
make-
it, and we don't see itself move.
No, and I'm trying to think of the first instance where it's like on the table and Coraline goes to count the sad boy and the dolls move to the door. There was no sound or anything of a rat in that room moving it.
There's no sound
Or
of
a rat
itself
to, like,
moving either,
where it-
though.
Yeah, or for the rat to like hide or anywhere because the door was closed, or I guess bricked up at that point upon opening. But yeah, I'm on a 50-50 because it's just unknown, and I could see it go either way. It would be, I think, creepier if the doll moved on its own.
Yeah, I mean, there. It would be just another thing to add on, but you could also have the Beldan move it with magic, because there's clearly a magic system at work.
Oh yeah.
But yeah,
Which could also be a thing to it. But
yeah. But again, nothing is definitive. Definitely a soft magic system on this one. There's a lot of hints
Sure.
as to how it works, but nothing really definitive. Like, I defined my whole elaborate thing about the ghost children helping to feed into the Beldan's powers. I mean, I objectively just kind of looked for that on this watch through because I thought it would be an interesting topic.
That's how I viewed it, because...
and it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like Act 3 stuff,
But that's definitely me that's me making my own magic system based on the visuals of what I'm watching. I don't have a magic system that's like, 100%. This is what it clearly is, because even as a soft magic system, it's pretty. Even for a soft magic system, I would say it's pretty undefined.
and
Probably to its benefit.
inconsistent.
Yeah.
Do you think Fey magic has anything to do with it, with the fairy ring around the well?
Is that a fairy ring or just
I-
mushrooms growing around the wood? Because that's...
It's that's the thing, right? The mushrooms are tied to the imagery of the Fae. So I can read it both ways in that version. I was gonna
I just
crack
don't know
a
if the
joke.
Beldam's connected to it.
Yeah, I was gonna crack a joke at you, Sprinks. We know they're in Oregon, and we know the Beldan is an evil witch. Could be related to the Salem trials. Just saying.
No, probably not. Hope not.
That's pretty funny.
I'll keep my mouth shut on other things I know about Leica, but no. At the 506 mark of the movie, when Coraline meets the cat kind of by the stump by the well and is talking to it, and the cat nods, is that showing that the cat understands English at all times?
I would say so,
I
because it's
would assume
definitely
yes,
by the end,
because
it's for sure.
Yeah, it is a character, and I would say yes. This is definitely the first hint that the cat's quote unquote a learned cat.
Comprehend things.
Okay.
Are you under that
Let's go
belief as well?
Yes. Yeah, by the visually showing like a nod and like the slow blink, give me the impression that it was understanding at all times. Let's go to writer.
Sure. Wybe's first scene. This is kind of what the illustrated part for me as to why Wybe is a character in the film where he's not in the books. Aside from giving Coraline someone to talk to and someone her own age to be friends with, they also, through Wybe, use a tool of just transitioning what was just like pulled exposition in the book in giving that in the form of dialogue for a character. And that's, for me, was pretty apparent on the first scene with Wybe. So you're learning a bit about obviously you're getting a lot of his personality as well because they want to make him a character. But he's also giving out some important backstories and is talking exposition about the world a little bit.
Yes.
I certainly prefer him being a character to Coraline talking to herself, I think. Of course, I'd have to see how they would make that as as a general statement,
Yeah,
but in my head,
Well, maybe you should
I
read
would
the book
prefer it.
sometime.
Well, that's not a visual medium.
Yeah. So my thing with that, right, is that Coraline wouldn't necessarily know the information and history of the Pink Palace unless she we see her go look it up. Whereas Wybe's more efficient because she gets to translate the author telling the audience like an author can say the Pink House is 150 years old, this, and that could be the opening lines of the book, but that could have been moved to Wybe,
Yeah, that could have been a conversation on the car ride to the Pink Palace with the parents.
Yeah.
Let's oh, that's what I had about YB. A little, maybe it's more than a nitpick because it just is there for the introduction of the character, but it kind of goes into a little bit of world breaking, possibly. Lightning and Thunder is present for YB's whole masked introduction and then vanishes.
Yep. No, I wrote that down. That's definitely it's just there suddenly and it's gone. I wrote down it's also a bit over dramatic, but it's a subversion. It adds to the creep factor for sure, I think, but it's doesn't ground the world building for YB.
Which adds into the part of, is this a real world?
Bum, bum, bum.
Which just gets into the end question, I guess. But a question I guess I have for the two of you: do you believe or think that the dowsing rod Coraline was using worked?
No, because it's not how they work. So no.
Okay. And Ryder?
I mean, I guess it's lucky she ended up where she was. It could have worked, but they're very ambiguous on it. It's not how dowsing rods are typically used, though, because funny enough, I've actually seen somebody do a whole dowsing rod ritual before, and it's definitely not this.
Okay. Just
So
curious.
I'm 50-50 on it, I guess would be my takeaway.
Right, in my notes,
could've
there's going to
worked.
be a talking point where I just wrote it was convenient that she landed at the well. But
Yes, it is convenient. I lean that it is yes, but I'm not 100%. It is a yes.
okay.
So let's go to Crimson.
All right. It's for a faster paced film. It's not. I don't have a big issue with it. It's a nitpick. The mom finding the key immediately, unless you want to read into something. But Coraline's like, "Can you open it?" Sure. Goes to drawer full of keys, gets the correct key, opens it. It's quick, it's snappy, first try. It's not like the doorknob or the lock had a picture of a button on it, so the mom's like, "Oh, it matches the key" or something.
The only thing that's coming to mind that I can guess for this is the parents came to check out the house beforehand to get the layout to see if this is where they want to move in. And when questioning things, whoever showed them had the keys and just like, "What's that door to?" And they open it with that key and they're like, "See, just brick wall with something that's no longer here," and then locked it up. And so they know what the key's for.
And would this be a devil's advocate point or something you believe in?
I'm leaning a little more I believe into it because it makes more sense to me that the mom would tell Coraline, just giving the thing as stop, there's nothing there kind of approach to it. And being bitter is if I open it, are you sure? And then opens it and it's still nothing. Maybe that's the mom trying to teach Coraline a lesson towards something in her own way. But the fact that she knew immediately what key to look for and where to look for it kind of implies to me that she knew beforehand the key to the door. And I'm guessing that's from checking out the house.
And what are your opinions on it, Ryder?
So I think it's convenient and the expedience. And the only reason I'm leaning this way is because we're shown a reaction from the mother when she pulls out the button key. I read that as a look of like almost like a flicker of surprise that the key looks this specific way. Um, but that might be more reading into the all the expression of the clay face or the claymation face than it is what actually is going on, because it's not unreasonable that the parents did this, but for me what calls that into question is the reaction the mom has to finding the key.
Yeah.
And it's not hard to write a line saying, well, when we visited the house last time, or dropping a quick line like that in somewhere.
That's true, but then again, they do add a line that's the house isn't for kids, yet a kid's here.
And
Yeah,
would
no, but
the
I mean from
grandma
the
have
parents
the
as
key?
proof that they visited.
Oh, what if the grandma had the key? Ooh.
Well, actually, why wouldn't she have the key if she doesn't want anyone to go over there? Unless she didn't
she
know
does-
about the door.
Wybie brings up that she doesn't know how her the grandma's sister disappeared. Like she got lost or kidnapped.
Yeah. There's no reason to assume that she knows that
Yeah.
the door is a portal to another world.
I could believe that grandma doesn't know the Beldam exists. Just knows that her sister vanished one night.
Okay. I can buy that.
Something I'll tackle about this movie, I guess, is just overall. This movie has some pretty cool transitions.
Oh yeah.
There's one that I saw was like a little cheap, which I'll just tackle, which is Otherworld Bobinsky kissing Coraline to a fade to black for the other mother to pull back from a kiss. I kind of wish that was a little more synced up in a fade transition rather than cut to black. But the one of like Coraline listening to the well and the camera spins to her in the window in the kitchen in this first act, I thought was really cool. The angel children spinning around her and she spins in her bed. I think I had a couple more.
Yeah, the
But just cool
transitions,
transitional usages.
transitions and the shots are all pretty darn good. It's the camera's very dynamic in instances, which is not an easy feat for stop motion.
Very
True.
true, especially when
There
the
you go.
characters are moving in those camera shots and
Yes.
stuff like that. As the camera
I'm
is
sure this film had a lot of storyboarding.
moving. Oh yeah.
I'm sure they had to design some tech to do some of this stuff, like pioneer some stuff.
Oh yeah.
Possibly. I do know that they used blue screen for parts of the film, so maybe they overlaid backgrounds to things rather
certainly.
than the same shot.
Yeah. Like the angel kids, the golden angel kids, that would have been on a blue screen.
Yeah.
Like the whole
I just wrote about
Van Gogh
the
Starry Night going around.
Yeah, the Starry Night Dream. That's
Yeah.
what I wrote.
Yeah, I think we all did. Yeah, okay.
Van Gogh.
Van Gogh. More
That guy
history for
cried
me, I
on Bill
guess.
Nighy.
More history for me, I guess. Okay, now I want to go watch that episode again.
Great episode.
It is really good. Audience, if you don't know what we're talking about Doctor Who. I really like the Exploration OST. That's the one with the gibberish lyrics, or one of the main ones with gibberish lyrics. It's the upbeat song that's playing with Coraline while she explores the house and her surroundings for the first time, counting windows, smashing bugs, and stuff like that. And I listen to that all the time. Great OST.
I believe I have it in one of my playlists. I think I have Exploration, Mouse Circus, and the ending credits.
I don't have any.
Well, not surprised. This is your first time watch.
I have
will
heard the
bring up,
songs
since it
before.
has to do with music, and we've touched on this before. Again, don't know where it's classified fully, but for me personally, I have a nitpick with that the Beldam sings the song from the opening of the movie.
The beldam sings.
I get that that's like her theme, her song. Anytime she's like in the kitchen, she's humming it to herself.
Is this going to be the new bell down problem?
Well, I think the reason for me it's a nitpick and not an overall problem is the nitpick is like that's her theme, her song, and she sings it throughout the movie. But my little bit is that the song came before her singing it. So rather than her singing it to then rendition a gosh, we went over this in a recap, like the diegetic stuff, for the audience to intake that is what she's doing in world. It's played off that it was out of world first song and then in world picked up by her.
Yeah, it's kind of like how Hagrid played the Harry Potter theme in the second movie, even though.
Yes, but if Hagrid played that song first and then after the time of him playing that song, then the song was introduced, overlaid to the audience,
You have less of an issue, yes.
I would.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how I have this with the beldam here, because the song was played first to the audience and then onwards to, and I guess it also would have helped if when she's making the doll, she's singing it then, so it's overlaid as lyrical to the instrumental part. So she's always singing the song, but she's not singing in the opening scene making the doll. So it is really played off of just a theme for her.
By the way,
I know it's very personal for me.
It's a very subjective thing. Yeah, no, that's totally fair.
The diegetic talk was on the recap that had Creature Commandos. I don't know which season that was, but that's the recap. So there you go.
Can't recall. But yeah.
On the topic
and
of
I think she sings the song like 3 times or something.
On topic of music, the other dad, his piano song, there was just a couple lines that are like pretty on point or on the nose of like Coraline's as cute as a button and keep our eyes on Coraline. Very eye-centric.
Yeah, our eyes will be on Coraline.
Yeah, I'll since we're on the scene, I'll add my note for it. This piano plays me, and that's just wonderful setup.
Yeah, it does set that up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think put more brains into the piano than the dad.
Yes, I do think that the piano is to herd the dad when she needs to rest, for lack of better words.
Keep him occupied.
Yeah, it's supposed to keep him occupied, and it's supposed to keep him in check.
I really like the detail that he doesn't have to wear glasses. It's a facade.
Yeah.
But we are established that the buttons do work as eyes, though.
They do, but he just doesn't need glasses. That's just to make him look more like the dad. A detail I like throughout the movie, and I can't remember when I caught it, but the dad only eats when Coraline's there. So when she's present, he fills up on food.
Yeah, he's just working.
And he's just constantly eating because he doesn't.
Because when Coraline's gone, he starves.
Yeah, exactly. He subsists on whatever energy that the Belden gives him with his magic.
Yeah, other dad. Sorry. Like when they're having breakfast, he's just like this huge stack of waffles, and he takes the cotton candy off of Wybie and eats that. He's just like always. He's not always eating, but when there's food present, he is eating. And the likeness to that is when the other mother of Beldam is in those scenes, her plate's empty.
She eats children. That's why. And it's also a bit of reference to gluttony as a general sin.
Oh, there was the line of like, shoot, I don't know if I wrote it down, but he's like, Beldam says like, your father's as hungry as a pumpkin or something, and then he gets turned into one.
It might be, yeah. It might just be me, but is that because there's fascinating ways as to how the Beldan actually creates its creatures and puppets. So she could have had a pumpkin as a base to create whatever the hell the other dad is, potentially.
Could be. Yeah. And she had the ones in the garden for like the eyes.
I do like that we have the kind of setup to the other world being more perfect with the dad, the real dad singing off key when he's serving dinner.
Yeah, gross looking dinner.
Yeah,
Writer.
Also,
No,
kind of
it's
nice little.
not the best looking casserole, no.
Oh, also a nice little parallel that Coraline asks, like, why doesn't the mom cook? And it's like the dad cooks, the mom cleans, and in the other world, it's kind of the opposite, where the mom's doing all the cooking, or the other mother's doing all the cooking, and the other father's kind of doing all the gardening, and cleaning stuff.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I just bring up the song that her real dad is singing off key, because it comes back later.
Yeah, as a comfort.
Yeah, but she's also singing it off key. You know, like because for me that's a big thing in the sense of like, oh, it's a sign that she really does love her, like her real parents. You know.
Oh yeah, yeah, singing just like her father.
Writer. Writer rash, huh? That's been established here. That thing.
Yeah, that is very much a thing.
There we go. Heard it here first.
Yeah. Funny for you to go to a writer question because I also have a writer question. Um,
Ooh, I love writer questions.
Writer, did you read the writing work that the father Charlie was writing on the laptop or his computer to critique it?
No, I did not
Oh
pause
well,
to read it.
never mind.
It's on. They're doing a gardening handbook, right? Or is that a different thing?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
Okay.
an
no,
article on
the father
gardening.
writes it, the mom edits it.
Yeah. So no, I didn't read it. I should have though, because I'm a biologist in my spare time. I feel like I would enjoy reading that.
I just figured, you being the writer and all, especially how that's your objective fitting of just like, oh, a character's writing. I figured you would tackle it.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. No, I mean I treated that the same way I typically treat like newspapers and stories. I don't really pause every time I see a newspaper that comes up to look to see like if it's all originally written for the film or not.
Oh, that's what I like to check the most, is if
Yeah.
the writing makes sense or if it's just jumbled up random words.
Yeah, I'm unfortunately I am more worried usually about the script.
Let's go to Crimson for a point.
Color theory. Holy cow.
Sorry,
Color
Sprinks is
theory
on the
from
podcast right now.
Criminals? Sorry, yeah.
Obviously, you got the dreary grayscale tones of the real world house and bland. And then she goes into the new world, and it's all just warm colors, oranges and reds. And
The
then her
comforts of
bedroom's
autumn.
also more vibrant, but it's more cool colors with purples and stuff. But yeah, I noted it. Boom. Do I get a star?
Good. Sure, you can get a good noodle star.
I'll give you a button.
I guess on the topic of color theory, I'll go to mine that I like is that being the other mother is that of the other mother. Her lair in the living room is all secondary colors of green, oranges, and purples.
Yeah. The imperfections between the other mother and the real mom are gone because obviously the other mother is putting on the show. So like what's it called? The mole is in the same spot, but it's smaller. The crooked nose is also fixed and stuff like that.
Yes, trying to make it perfection. Everything's great in this place.
It's the perfect world.
Let's go to writer.
One of the things I actually really like about the film, this is more of a broad subject, but they kind of started in Act One, is while the real parents, quote unquote, play a bit of an antagonistic role in the first half of the film. I quite like the fact that the writers still go out of their way to make them sympathetic. So, like, obviously, from Coraline's perspective, they don't pay any attention to her. They don't love her as much as like the other mother would, and stuff like that. Um, but they go out of the writers go out of the way to lay the groundwork to imply that they are good parents. They're just going through a really hard time right now, trying to keep a roof over their heads, because they hint at like an accident where they lost some of their stuff, or maybe that's why they had to move, like a car drove through their house or something like that. There's a lot of implications as to they're just going through hard times and trying to get through it, and that's their primary focus. And that does take away time from just being general parent to Coraline. Um, and that's just one of the things I quite like about the real parents, in that they don't feel like caricatures. Even if they're playing an antagonistic role. And there's a lot of good setup in there, so that when the mom, hands in Coraline the gift of those gloves that she wanted at the end, when everything is kind of going well, it's feels earned. Like there's some setup to it.
That's kind of where I have an issue with it. Because
Oh,
through the whole film, they are kind of absent-minded or busy or occupied, what other synonyms you want to go for. But then when she beats the big bad guy, now they're all good in her eyes with the gift, and they're working together outside. The parents don't go through a change. Coraline did. So I find it weird that the parents have changed right after the climax.
Well, the parents aren't changed. So they finished the catalog. That's because that's what's going to get them money. Their whole thing was getting the catalog done, and that's why they're distracted from wanted to be there for Coraline, and then that's what brings in the money for them to get a gift. So they didn't need to change. They're just more of who they normally are outside of hard times.
What do you think, Spinks?
I think I'm on the side with the writer that the parents are fixated on their writing, and that's their focal point of change of their characters. To the point, I guess it just goes into the small magic system that when they come out of the snow globe at the end, they don't remember, and they're just fixated on the catalog still.
Yeah. Okay. That's a little weird to me, admittedly, but I don't necessarily view that.
I don't
know.
have
I don't know
that
what
as a
happened
problem.
there. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't have that as a nitpick as itself. I have something else with that I have as a nitpick.
Yeah, the fact they don't notice the snow.
Especially when the mom punches the dad and looks right at it.
Yeah, yeah. That is
If
probably
they
my
never
biggest.
looked at each other, could have worked.
Yeah, that's probably my biggest problem with the parents.
A nice little detail I like when Coraline's like checking out like all the windows and everything in the house, and she goes to the shower and starts killing all the cockroaches to wash her hands. She turns on the shower, and it's coming down, and she quickly, it's very like a blink and you miss it. She quickly turns off the shower setting on the shower itself for it to come out of the faucet. It's just very quick, but it's a detail that's nice that explains how she quote unquote turned off the shower without turning the knob.
Dirty water, too.
Yeah, brown water, yuck.
Yeah, probably should sue somebody about that. But you know what? Credit to Coraline. She just went in there and started smashing bugs with her bare hands. Not many
Yeah,
people would do that.
she's fine getting like hands-on dirt, gross stuff.
Yeah.
It reminded me so much of the revolting slob from Crashbox.
Of course it did.
There's scenes where he's like crushing bugs, and it looks almost the same, like the same type of an effect. It just jumped right to me.
I'm about to make a reference that only Sprinks will get. Hey, do you remember that episode in Game of Thrones, Sprinks, where Tyrion's about to die because the Mountain and the Oberyn are about to fight, and they waste the scene of Tyrion just talking about smashing beetles with his brother?
Vaguely.
Yeah, it's terrible. Anyway.
Sorry, you said Tyrion about to die, and I'm like, that happens like 20 times.
Yeah.
Let's go to writer.
Sure. I quite like how we're introduced to Bobinsky. They get the idea is that the package isn't even brought like fully to the door. They're dropped there at the like the end of the porch, and it might just be because the delivery person just didn't want to deal with the stink of cheese anymore. I find that a bit amusing. That's my headcanon for it anyway.
Could be, yeah. I kind of had that as like, why drop the cheese off here if they're all listed Bobinsky and there's a sign that points directly to where Bobinsky is with his name on it.
Lazy.
To me, it made the mail, came across as
Yeah.
lazy for the mailman.
Yes, like I said,
But
that's my headcanon. And also it's a smooth, if a convenient way to get Coraline up to visit the real Bobinsky before she meets other Bobinsky.
Yes. You brought up like the introduction of Bobinsky through the use of that. Do you consider it's not fully, but when they drive up to the house at the very beginning of him stretching on the
Knocking out.
roof, is a slight introduction?
Yeah, that would be an introduction. It makes you go, who are they?
Oh, do we also believe that each quote unquote of the 3 apartments are not equal at all?
Uh,
Oh, I think that the downstairs one feels like a very, very big refurbished basement. Bobinsky's is, I'm gonna go with no.
so no
It's just a small attic. The middle one's actually like a whole
house.
practical house.
I think the
Okay.
actresses have a decent sized space, but it looks like a big refurbished basement.
Yes. I'm also with that they don't have a theater down there. That's only for the other world.
I am going to agree with that. They have to walk 7 miles to the theater. They even say it in the real.
They're 2 miles.
Oh, is it 2 miles?
Yeah, she was like, Miriam, we have to walk 2 miles, and you're gangly legs or something.
Yeah, I thought it was 7. I remember we're in the same line, but yeah, it's either way, long distance.
That's a
is the latest
strange
one.
detail to change in the extended version.
Yeah, maybe.
Did either of you catch the photo of Coraline's friends in Detroit? Like the details on it?
No buttons. Oh, are
Well,
you talking about in the real world?
Real world, like the first one. It's the background was saying like goodbye Coraline on the
The
I
banner.
don't know, football scoring banner. But it also said like go Hubcaps. And I went, that's so why is a school's team the Hubcaps? And then I went, oh, Detroit is like the state of car manufacturers. So the school in Detroit is off of Hubcaps. I just found that as like a small little detail.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
good detail.
better than cheering for headlight fluid.
True. But I guess those friends have to deal with Christine. So let's go to Crimson.
Okay. We'll go to the Spink is in this sect, right? Or is that going into the next one? The ladies.
Very end of this act.
Okay, so they're in it. All right.
The last big scene in the sect.
Talk a little bit about them. Very interesting characters. Very interestingly depicted characters as well.
Other than their proportions, they remind me of 2 family members I have.
Oh. Do I know these family members?
Yes.
Well, then I have an idea what you're talking about. They're, I don't know. It's in them and what was his name? Bob something. Bobinsky, Mr. B. They're interesting in their integration into this film. Because to me, they feel like they're in there just for the other world. I don't feel like they fit naturally. I know that might be a hotter take, but they just feel shoehorned in just so there's more stuff to explore in the other world.
Do you have what's your percentage of that feeling onto YB?
I think what's the percentage in regards to like worthiness to be?
Like you're saying that Spink and Forcible and Bobinsky are in the real world to be that of the parallel world, like a 1-to-1 like kind of it sounds like you're
I
saying
think
like 100%
YB is more
of that for your statement.
justifiable.
What's the percentage of that onto YB is what I'm asking. But so below 50.
Yeah.
They're just zany characters to make this parallel wonderland more
Especially Mr. B, because at least the ladies helper with the like Jade Triangle thing, he's just there as another thing in the other world.
but what the mice tell him are true.
And that's another talking point. What the heck does that even mean?
It means he can talk to mice.
Oh, thank you. That doesn't really impact the story.
No, it adds some tension, but it doesn't really.
It plays off that the mice that we don't see Bobinsky have are being captured to turn into like the jumping mice other world kind of thing. We never see Bobinsky's real world mice unless they're actually rats that are being captured.
Yeah, I mean, they're not seen, so I don't have a sway either way, I guess. I mean, if they had like button eyes or something, I think he'd catch on. That's weird. If it's like spy rats.
Well, that's saying if the rats are coming back with button eyes. I think they don't. I'm kind of thinking that they're rats to begin with, just normal rats, but they're being captured and taken to the Beldam and be buttoned up and kept there. But then they're like turned into the jumping mice until killed.
I think he would acknowledge that they're missing. I mean, he's actively buying them cheese so they perform better.
That's true. He wants the oompa oompa, not the toodle toot.
Yeah. So, I guess what are you guys' thoughts on what I was saying of like their presence feeling shoehorned just for the other world stuff?
I feel more inclined that works for Bobinsky, but not for Spink and Forcible. I think Spink and Forcible I think what they say about like the death of their dogs and the terriers work with like the Beldam situation of like taking lives. But that's how they affect their own life. And they're just like, oh yeah, we'll get another dog, another carrier, and talking about the past of, I think they fit a lot more than Bobinsky just being, cryptic of like the mice say this happens, but he's not doing anything with it, which gives him less cause in the real world.
This is gonna sound really weird. I would say I think they could justify their place in the story a bit better. That being said, I don't think they need to be, because they are there for the other world. The function of them in the real world is just to be quirky. Just quirky people that the Beldan can then turn into something magical in her world. It's kind of the only reason for me that they're there. I don't necessarily have any issues with them being here.
No, and if you're trying to lean possibly into the remove character list, with the parallel world, kind of not going to fly.
Well, that's why I didn't open it with removable characters. I don't think they're removable. I'm just arguing that they feel shoehorned just for the other world.
I think they're there to be used for the other world. I don't think they're shoehorned. That being said, okay, actually, let me put you in my spectrum here. I'm not as far down to say that they're shoehorned. I would, however, prefer they be a bit more justified in their place. I don't take any issue with what we get, though. My personal preference would be that we'd get more time with them or something more justifiable with them in the real world.
You want them more along a path for greater use, but they never go down a wrong path.
Yeah. That would be my takeaway with it.
I think I'm about the same. I just think the Spink and Forcible have more to them in the real world than Bobinsky.
Yeah,
I agree.
On levels, yes, they would absolutely. They do have more. One of the things I kind of like in relation to the neighbors is the real mom's kind of typical gossip of them. And I guess that is yeah.
Yeah, go hang out with the crazy old ladies, but stay away from the drunk.
Yeah.
They're eccentric.
Which is
Or he's eccentric.
Yeah. I'm kind of running out for Act 1 here. I got, I think, a couple more. I'll skim.
Okay, Crimson.
Yeah, I'm running low as well. Was that for me to go, or was that asking my place? How much I got?
If you had another point to jump to, since
Oh.
writers doodle in.
Sure. Yeah. I wrote this in my notes, and I guess it's kind of mute now because we kind of talked about it. There was luggage left on top of the car, and I wrote, "Oh, they left luggage outside during the rain." This was referencing the thunder earlier, and I just connected that to it was raining, but obviously it wasn't raining. So
Well, it did rain.
It did
Because
rain.
when it transitions into the kitchen with Coraline, she's looking out the window and it's raining outside.
Yeah,
You're like,
that's
I
right.
almost fell down a well yesterday, Mom. I
Yeah,
almost
so they
died.
did leave.
Yeah,
They
that
did
shows
leave the
time
luggage
passage for
outside.
why we delivered it all. Yeah. I found it weird that I'm totally, why the hell am I blanking on this word? You just said it like 50 times.
Luggage.
Luggage, thank you. That was weird. The luggage only had a hat in it.
Yeah,
And then
that's also
Coraline takes the hat and leaves the luggage. But then again, I've noticed that Coraline kind of is a bit of her characteristic is just leaving stuff.
Yeah,
Kinda
she
just
doesn't leave
like-
stuff just lying around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess that's in line with her.
It's just weird that was outside on the roof of the car. I could get maybe leaving stuff in the car, but on the roof when you're already kind of packing up that putting stuff in the house. I don't know. Just the
True,
order
but if
seems
she
a
knows
little
it's just-
out of whack.
If she knows it's just a hat, maybe no rush to go get it. And the parents could be like, that's
Possibly.
Coraline's, you go take care of it. She's not, but
Possibly.
There is a bit of a dialogue thing in this with the Miss Forcible and
Spink.
Spink.
I know it's Miriam Spink. I
Miriam
don't
and
know,
Spink. Yeah,
but Forcible's
I
first
know
name I forget.
Miriam.
Was it
I know
Alice?
Miriam is the.
I don't remember what it was either.
Anyway, there's a bit of a dialogue thing where it transitions very, very quickly from one subject to the next, where we see in one shot Coraline struggling with the candy, and we hear the old ladies bickering, and then as soon as Coraline frees the singular candy piece, the old lady is just like immediately back on topic to talk to her. It's a bit convenient. It's not terrible as far as pacing as dialogue is concerned. It's just an obvious thing that stood out to me.
Fair.
Yes, I also had the convenience of things don't fall out of the sky, Miriam, and then the taffy bowl falls from the sky.
Yeah.
But I
Obviously,
can't
it's a comedic beat.
believe if they have taffy from 1921 just stored there, it's going to be that flippin' tough.
Yeah. There's taffy from 1914 in that suitcase later on.
Oh, 1940. Oh, I thought 1921 was the earliest one.
That was the one they
maybe
grabbed
I
for the
am wrong.
Jade Triangle. I don't remember a 14.
No, maybe you might be right. It might be just like in sequence, so I don't think we would have seen 1914.
I thought it would be crazy if each of those bowls from the specialty is when one of those kids disappeared. I don't think it's true.
What I was hoping,
But-
because it's a later act thing, but I have questions.
Why those years?
Why those years? Why is that in there? Are there other items in the other ones? But we'll discuss that when it's more relevant.
Hopefully the two of you see this the same, that the portal tunnel to the other world begins the strength, not strength, but begins the sight of the parallel world, the absolute, the door opening, essentially. It's not halfway through the tunnel or to the other end. It's all the way at the front, because I see it as Coraline's entrance through the tunnels. Her first into it, she's very small. She's like crawling, and the tunnel is very big. And then as it goes on, when she has to return, the tunnel is very small and cramped or crowded. Or when she goes back with a cat and it's pitch black, she's still crawling, but it's not as big. So I think it's like the strength of the Beldam spectacle of it all begins at the real world's door opening.
I would say so, yes.
But if I gathered what you're saying, yes, I don't see the bridge, the tunnel, whatever, as like a void space between two worlds. I do see that as part of the other world.
Okay, that is a part of Beldam's creation.
Yes,
Is the tunnel.
that's how I see it.
Okay. Curious then, if it's the opposite possibly for the window and well, because the Beldam, that's not that's like very real world looking for the well, and I guess even for the window, but that's not a spectacle change at all.
That's if we're going with that those are actual portals.
Yes, if those are actual portals. I do think the doll coming through the window and out the window is taking the doll to the real world. Is just where is that, and then just the wording of the well and the well being present and whatnot. But okay, nope, already touched on that. I guess it's in this act that I can touch on a little, but before I do, Crimson, how are your notes looking for Act 1?
We got like one more from what I can tell.
Oh, and Ryder, you have 1 or 2?
I got 2.
Okay, sweet. I'll go with 1, and then we'll go to Ryder. The other mother, when she's taking the kind of turkey out of the oven, she puts on a chicken oven mitt. I believe that is the same like oven mitt that other Wybie covers his face with when he gets Coraline out of the mirror.
Possibly. Yeah, I wouldn't surprise me.
Reused item.
Reused item.
Reused item's okay.
Yeah, I don't have
Reused
any
shot
issues with
is
that.
not.
I don't like reused shots unless it's a point in it.
Yes, if it's like a flashback or a rewind.
Oh God.
But if you
Well, okay. My least favorite reused shot is shockingly, shock, surprise, surprise, a Ryan Johnson movie called The Last Jedi.
What?
ooh, crazy.
Yeah, they won for he 1-for-1 recreates the Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader walking into to see the Emperor scene with Snoke. It's not great. Anyway,
All right, on to you, Ryder.
all right. On the subject of the first dinner, when the cake is made, the O in the center of welcome has if I remember 2 curls going through it, and that's a sign of betrayal.
And that's in home. Like the welcome had a regular one. The one in home had the double.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Yes, it did.
But you are correct of the sign of betrayal for the significance of it.
Want me to go again?
Crimson. Well, you have 1. Crimson has 1. So I guess I'll go because I might have more than just 1. But being that we've jumped around, the gravy train is magic.
Oh, absolutely! It
Yes.
just comes out of nowhere.
It
I really,
appears out of nowhere and disappears into nowhere.
Yep.
yeah. I think the other mother is creating things like as needed in that scene with the drinks that come down magically from the ceiling, and then she asks for the very specific one, and probably
Mango
made it then.
milkshake.
Yeah,
You know what?
I think she made it then, and then I also again with the cake the light just springs out of it and lights it up, and the writing just appears.
Yeah, the candles come out of it magically. And
Yeah, the
Coraline's
gravy
fine with
train
that.
coming out of nowhere is just one of 3 things.
Okay. Yeah, mango milkshake. Very
Peculiar.
particular, but I can understand a craving for a different type of taste like that, but not a common thing.
Yeah, very eccentric choice for Coraline.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I feel like I've seen it like a cartoon or something where someone's like goes in the house and it's like, "Hey, you thirsty? Can I get you anything?" And if someone's first answer is just like, "Oh yeah, can I get a mango milkshake?" Weird.
Yeah.
I mean, so we all get hit with cravings now and again, but it is not the thing that you would expect in a house. But she also might think it's a dream still, so
That
it
is also
might
true.
be. Yeah, so it might not be as like crazy for her to ask that question.
Yeah, things aren't jumping out. It's like wild because it is wild already. So, at 27:07, the lightning bolt outside the window is the Beldam's hand.
I thought the same thing.
The one
It
from the
looks like
Grim
the
Cup.
hand. Yeah, it looks
The
like the Grim
Grim-
Cup's hand.
Oh yeah, the Grim Cup. Yeah, the tall, handsome beast.
Yeah, the giraffe.
Giraffe? Yeah.
Yeah, the giraffe, which plays no part, which I
As
thought
a
was a
stuffed
little
animal
odd
giraffe.
because yeah, and then there's the giraffe head on the tank. So I guess it's just weird that the second part in the thing of like lost things and bad things, and they're one and the same. Yet this with the danger and like giraffe aren't.
Yeah, it would have been cool if they played that off a little bit.
So unless there's something I'm missing with the giraffe.
I think they pretty much just did it as a joke. And I didn't see much
Okay.
out of it.
Crimson, we'll go to you for your last one.
Sure. They set up that other mom likes to play games. Coraline brings up the hide and seek game, which sets up why a mother would go or other mom would go for a game at the climax.
Yeah.
So good on that. Because if they didn't do this and it was at the end, Coraline's, you want to play a game? Might feel
Yeah,
a little
Well,
unearned.
the
Yeah,
cat
I'm
brings
happy.
up.
I'm happy they set it up. Yeah. The cat reminds us, but it's set up here. We can play a game, and she starts tapping her fingers, indicating that she has a love for them.
Yeah, the finger tap of like a nervous tick.
And then not really a point, just kind of a fun thing. I don't know what's up with this like octopus squid thing, but the what's
Oh.
shaking, baby?
What's shaking, baby?
Then his other line later is just,
He looks like
yeah, I want to hug
I don't
your
know if he
face.
is, but is he one of those ugly dolls?
Could
I forget if
be.
they're just called
I
ugly
feel
dolls.
like Coraline would collect those, to be honest with you.
It didn't look
Yeah.
familiar to me.
But it looks like one of those.
Yeah, so interesting little guy. I like the two lines it's got. But that's
Yeah.
it. That's
Yeah, fair enough.
Detail in the back of the dining room. Over Coraline's left shoulder on the wall are 3 silhouette portraits of the dead kids.
I didn't pick up on that.
Nice, didn't know that. But guess the Belden likes to keep trophies.
We'll go to writer for your last one.
Yes, plot number for Bobinsky. Even though it is a cartoon, he jumps off like top of the building and lands perfectly around Coraline.
Oh yes, I wrote almost lost the family jewels come this fall.
I'm pretty sure Chernobyl did that.
Yeah.
Could be. He no longer will take the kids to the water park.
Yeah.
Crimson, you brought up earlier how the other mother can create things without button eyes.
Yes.
One of them I had was the Wizarding World talking photo of the friends having regular eyes.
Yep.
Temporarily, anyway.
Yep.
Yeah, and then I guess the other one is much later when she falsifies her look. But was there another instance?
She falsifies her look.
When Coraline
Yeah,
goes
when she
to
pretends to be her
rescue
mom.
her parents and she pretends to be
Coraline,
the real
you came
mom.
back for us.
Yeah. With
Did you
real eyes and then
I don't remember seeing real eyes. Maybe I was writing in my notes, I guess, because I don't remember.
Yeah, she looks real in that scene. That's the point.
I just remember her being like silhouetted in black in the tunnel.
Okay, yeah. No, you can fully see the quote unquote, I guess, regular mom's look with the eyes
The
looking. But
bats don't have button eyes.
Then I don't get.
yeah, the
bat
terrier
dogs.
dogs.
What is
Or
the
the vampire
obsession with
ones.
the button eyes then? If it's not a hard rule thing.
I think it's a hard rule for the souls to be consumed situation of the beldam itself, because the Beldam uses button eyes. And I think rather than standing out as just her with button eyes, she tries to incorporate it with everyone to make it more a welcoming, familiar place that like everyone does it, which is kind of like the peer pressure effect, I think, onto the child she's intaking. I think that could be a whole element to it.
Possibly. This is weird. Part of me kind of wishes they would kind of give a reason behind that.
Yeah. I just think it would definitely be weirder if like everyone looked normal except the Beldam. Then it's kind of like off-putting. But since everyone has it in this world, it's like, oh, this is just normal.
Yeah.
But flip side, quote unquote, not everyone has it. So, but it does play into, I guess, better with the friends on the thing of like a comfort of like, hey, your friends are here, you can talk to them, kind of like a FaceTime photo thing. But then into why don't you have your buttons on, more the peer pressure thing. So I guess they
It turns into
could
that, yeah.
started off with that to begin with, but they didn't. Maybe they weren't designed. Well, no, they could just done that in lines of dialogue change. Because if this world already has everyone looking like that way, but then her friends are probably the closest to her versus her parents that she's already not liking. So without the eyes, would make her want to stay more. So I guess just a whole mind game. With that, since you guys give your last, let me just run through mine, see if I have anything. Found it a little weird that the mom, being that the dad cooked the dinner before the casserole, that the mom the next morning heats water on a hot pan versus using the stovetop.
Good observation. I did not pick up on that either.
I just found that weird since the casserole was made, which tells me the oven worked versus like the gas hasn't been turned on yet, so they have to cook things different ways. So that just was a little odd. Just overall question: how tall do you think Bobinsky is?
How tall's the freaking mover? That
the mover who gets the dollar.
Yeah, who gets $1? He's a freaking mountain of a man.
Do you think they're like
Cartoon
6
physics
foot
apply a
6?
little.
I'm like, I can guess the parents aren't that tall. I mean, the dad's hunched neck
Super
the whole
hunched.
time. So maybe if he stood up tall, like stood up straight, he'd be the same size. But I could guess Bobinsky maybe 6.5 feet, and everyone else just played off of that.
I can buy that.
Because the mom and dad are
Sounds right.
roughly about the same height.
And then there's other mother who's tall.
Well, yeah, the Beldam's huge. Let's see what else I got here that we haven't touched on. What do you think is the reasoning that no one can call Coraline Coraline and everyone says Caroline?
I think it's kind of just a quirky thing to throw into the script of just someone botching names.
I do it all the time.
Yeah, I mean, Coraline is not a common name. I'm sure it's more common now since this came out, but at the time, not a very common name. Caroline is.
Curious if Coraline had the Khaleesi effect.
I'm sure it did to some degree. I've never met a Coraline in real life.
And then everyone's going to regret that Khaleesi one when she starts burning children alive.
Yeah, that was a bad choice.
Note to self, to everyone who named your child Khaleesi, wait till the show is finished before you're naming him after the character.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess that's my stance on it. That would be it. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a bit of an arc in a weird way, in terms of a tool. So like no one calls her Coraline except her parents. And then YB, I think, is the first one to call her Coraline properly without being prompted by mice.
Yeah, or just Jonesy, which is a different nickname of it. But
yeah, but he calls her Coraline once they defeat the hand at the end.
Oh, at the end, yeah. But first introduction still calls her Caroline, and I just saw that as like Bobinsky, YB, the Forcible, and Spink calling her Caroline is giving like a sense like she doesn't fit in this world. People don't listen to her, which builds more into the connection of the other world. But this one feels very written for the movie versus just like a slip up.
Yeah, it's very much written for the movie.
So this one feels like a more forced psychological mind game play of the Beldam that isn't the Beldam's doing.
Well, I
So
mean, it's really emphasizing the point that Coraline feels really out of place here because she's not where she grew up anymore. She's new here.
true, and I don't think it's overhanded or beaten over the head of it, but I do think it's kind of more forcibly written in to give that sense of feel.
Yeah.
So, looking at my notes for Act 1, I have one last, which I guess brought up. We talked about the well and the window. Do you two think the bed is a portal?
That was going to be something I was going to bring up as a point later. Is what are the rules with her sleeping thing? Because she goes to sleep, she goes home, but that doesn't happen all the time. So I don't get it.
Which makes me think something's taking her home.
Potentially.
Or just like the Beldam believing enough trust, like build until like she doesn't start off the first dinner with the like so needles in your eyes or so buttons in your eyes. It's built up of that, so maybe it's building trust. It's like, oh yeah, you can come and go, just enjoy the fun times when you want to be here and build the trust. So to send her back makes sense, but how that works.
Because let's say she does stay the night the first time. So she wakes up also in the other world. And if she's like, oh, what am I doing here? It's been fun and all, but I'd like to go home. Well, then just be like, oh, take the door. Come in whenever you want. That kind of solves that issue, but also doesn't give her an out.
True, and it breaks the effect that it was a dream the whole time, which gives more of the lawning.
Yeah, so I'm not a big fan of it.
I mean, my meta sense of it is that because the other mother is kind of implied to be a fairy monster, fairies typically in their lore are very, very, they have to abide by a strict set of like
rules
rules and like set principles to a certain point. So my hard reading of it, if I'm really stretching this, is those fairy tales the script for them. In world with what we get, the most logical option is that the other mother is still in the mode of trying to seduce Coraline to want to choose that world to stay in. So letting her freely leave, and in this case putting her back in her bed, I think works in a sense that it would let her, because there's the other mother doesn't have any reason to not believe that she isn't going to choose to come back because her world, the real world for her right now, is not a great place. But as for the magic system behind it, all the best I can think of by watching this film is just fairy tale rule bullshit. But I've got, even then, that's me reading into it.
Yeah, that's not something they establish.
Yeah. It definitely has a fairy tale feel towards it, but it's not the phase stuff is only hinted at, never really brought to the forefront to be a big thing.
Okay, so we're on bed is or isn't?
Magic
or portal or however it functions.
I can see it. I would probably rather it be magic. The Beldam presumably can control everything in this world. It's not hard for me to buy into that. She can just turn the portal off when she wants to keep Coraline here. Once she realizes that Coraline's not going to come back of her own volition. So magic is probably the easiest explanation. I don't have any issue with that, and it's not inconsistent.
The reason I'm against all these like additional portals, like the well, the window, potentially the bed, is the ending, locking the door, would really not mean much of anything anymore.
We'll get there when we get there.
Yeah. So I'm more on the magic route than the bed being a portal.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'm. Yeah.
I
I
fall.
don't think the bed is. Yeah, sorry, you first.
That's okay. I fall magic as well with the bed, like transportation or back to real world.
And I'm just going
By
to
choice
echo
of the
that
Beldam.
sentiment. Yeah, I'm just going to echo that sentiment. I think it's just magic from the Beldam.
All right. With that, any other last points in Act 1?
Nope.
Not for me.
Okay, sweet. We're going into Act 2, ladies and gentlemen. This is going from Coraline leaving the Spink and Forcible downstairs into the fog, where she meets up with YB, all the way up to... Where the hell did I write it? All the way up to the spoiled food practically on the counter when Coraline comes out from the other side, kind of like escaping. This time, let us start with Ryder.
God damn, that fog rolled in quick.
I agree.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, that fog is pretty darn good.
That's a heavy fog.
I mean, it's Oregon. It makes sense. Having been there.
That's gotta be CGI'd, right? Or computer
Oh yeah, that's
inlaid.
computer. Yeah, you can't stop motion that.
Yeah. At least for it to look like that.
Actually, talk about yourself. I remember reading a fact about that. I'm gonna go try and find it.
Oh. Because stop motion has to pause.
Yeah, it's not
for the
it's not
movement,
stop motion.
and the fog's constantly keeping the same pace of the movement, unless you're stopping the fog. But I don't know.
I mean, it was possibly a composite where they had the Coraline on a blue screen, and then the set had the fog, and they just overlaid Coraline in the fog.
Oh well.
So the
they need
fog
multiple
is
layers
real fog,
of the
but it's
fog.
not CG. That could be the workaround. But it is not stop motion fog. That's what that is now.
Yeah. Well, I guess while Ryder's looking for it still, Crimson, do you believe that YB with the banana slug is animal cruelty?
Do you consider insects as animals? I mean, yeah, I guess it could be considered
Consider
animal.
a banana slug an insect?
Huh?
Are slugs insects?
Yes.
Yes, the fog is CG.
Okay.
I was thinking of the snow.
Oh yeah, snow.
The snow was CG.
Practical. Yeah. Yeah, Spink. Slugs
the
are
fog
insects.
is CG. The snow is not.
Oh, I learned something.
What did you think they were?
I thought they were own species, like slug and snail, and nothing wrong.
Well, yes, they have their own subset, kind of like people call spiders bugs, but they're actually arachnids. Yeah,
they're arachnids.
Yeah, so yes, I would say it was a bit cruel of what he was doing with that slug.
Okay, I guess that's a stupid question for me to even ask. If is a spider an insect?
Not technically.
Okay, because arachnid overtakes that.
Yes.
Okay, that's where I kind of had the same with slugs and snails.
But it's generally like populace can accept calling spiders insects, but it's just not the correct terminology.
Okay. Huh. I thought like snails were more of the mollusk, like in the same kind of vein of hermit crabs ish.
I mean, the lineage of any animal is strange. I mean,
Especially when you go back far enough.
I think we're 4% away from being a banana.
That's wild.
Yeah, I mean that's
our DNA.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's 4%.
Yeah, that sounds right. I remember reading about
That's
that for my Evo bio.
That's a crazy cool science insult. Shut up! You're 4% away from being a banana.
That'd be good for
really cool.
That'd be good for like an alien thing from something insulting a human. You're 4% from a banana.
And then the serious character doesn't even look up and just goes,
saying
"He's
that
right."
to the Master Chief.
No, I can't expect a Covenant to say banana.
No.
I don't know. I've heard that I would have been your daddy skull stuff, so it's not that far off.
So, anyway, let's go to. Oh, that was Ryder's. Let's go to Crimson.
So I kind of hinted at the inconsistency with the magic earlier and didn't really dive into it, but It's with her creations and their free will. So we have YB, who other YB does his own thing. He frees Coraline. He frowns when he's not supposed to frown. But then there's other dad who has to attack Coraline, so he does, but then last second gives the eyeball. So it's very confusing the levels of control she has over her own creations.
I don't think she has control over her own creations. I think she has they won't fight back for her to do as she wants because fear that they'll just be killed, which essentially does happen. But I think they're designed to be likeness of their counterparts of the real world. So YB is friends with Coraline, and that's what this one's going to be, friends with Coraline. And by saving her, protecting her, being there for her is what's built into this one. I think the same also goes for the father. Being a caring father for a daughter is what this one's being created to do, where the other one's being neglected. And by being such, he doesn't want to harm Coraline, but the Beldam is in the way, and that's what the piano hands or the mantis ride and all that's being controlled by the Beldam to do. So I think they can't fight on their own, being that they're the Beldam's creations and can easily be vanquished by, but they're still going to be doing the characteristics that they're built in to do based off of their counterparts.
So with the
I think that's where I'm
actresses,
with it.
would they have not just given her the eye then, like the dad? Because we established they give stuff. They're kind-hearted.
I'm trying to think of that. Well, that could go into that the old ladies would have, but the younger parts wouldn't. And that's we just don't know the younger. And that also could go into why Bobinsky isn't Bobinsky, he's the rats.
I don't even know how to tackle the rat thing. That's an Act 3 thing, though.
Yeah. Just saying, like, they're not the forms, I guess, in that part of what we know them as in the other world.
Ryder, your
They're
thoughts?
more falsified creations.
See, I'm going back to a lot of the meta stuff for me that I like subjectively, which is the very big fairy tale aspect. I like the fairy tale aspect that she has to create creatures that resemble their counterparts to a degree, and she doesn't get the degree of control over them, and that's why. That being said, within the confines of the film itself, I think it works for the father and YB because they spend prolonged periods of time with Coraline, whereas the old ladies in Bobinsky don't. So they're the other versions, obviously. The father would be willing to sacrifice like his section of the world by giving up the eye, and Ivy's not really connected to any of them. The other two would make sense for them to guard them a little bit more because that's their own survival. By taking away the eye, they obviously turn to a version of stone.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm kind of that's kind of where my head is at with this. As to why the Belden is not, I guess because I'm viewing it through more of a fairy tale lens, I don't necessarily view that as inconsistent. But within the time frame, like her abilities, I don't necessarily have a piece of evidence that the creatures are 100% loyal. If I could get a version of that in the other way, I'd probably lean more with you, Crimson, of it being an inconsistency with their powers.
The rats are 100% loyal.
Well, I think they're
Her creations.
Mhm.
yes, but I'm trying to think the counterpoint to the rats are talking to Bobinsky and informing information. So the parallel version is just that.
Well, no, it
But
goes out and gets the
doing it to
key
Beldam.
for her. That's an instruction from her, not from Mr. B.
True, I think the jumping mice of the other world are enacted upon to the Beldam as they are in the real world that they do to Bobinsky.
Still contemplating, Ryder?
Yeah, if there's no camera on me, but I am stroking my chin and my beard right now while I'm thinking this over. Yeah, I think the rats being 100% loyal, because they form a personality in Bobinsky, but when they're divided up, they're not. They're like foot soldiers, as the cat describes them. This one's sounding and warm. So there is a degree of intelligence there as well. They don't have as much reason to be, I guess. They don't. Okay, so funny enough, this is kind of the opposite. Whereas they're 100% loyal, but they don't really. They're not really given a reason to. Their loyalty isn't really tested. Does that make sense? Like they play their role to the in subservience to the Beldam.
Okay. Well, then what would, like the other dad, so he's going against his own interest then.
Yes.
He's-
Well, I mean that's made it clear because he dies the second he gives away the eye.
Yeah.
Even if he didn't fall into the water and his sand or pumpkinness didn't fade away into the water, he would have turned to stone. So
I guess where do you stand after all this is where I'm kind of figuring out.
okay, I'm moved towards I have more questions than I do answers. But I'm again operating with we've had arguments over how magic systems work before. I need something solid to grasp a magic system before I start applying logic and rules to it a little bit more. I am not sure where I've fallen with this, to be honest.
Well, let's branch it out to what are the limits of the powers that she possesses, because she's essentially a god in this other world. She can create whatever she wants. So why is it limited to the cognizant or sentient creations of hers? Why can't she control them? She can do anything in this world, from what we can tell.
I don't agree with that.
Well, that's
I
what I'm
don't think
talking
she
about.
can
What's
do
the
anything.
limitations? What can't she do?
She can't make a whole world.
She chose not to.
I don't know if she can.
The cat said it builds what is required for
And
the person.
that's the cat's experience based off of what it knows.
And what's your experience
not-
that she's limited?
Because what if I feel like if Coraline's like, oh, I want to go to a theme park, the other mother would be like, oh, we can go tomorrow. And then while Coraline's away, she will build that. Versus like, oh, let's go right now, and it's already there.
She spontaneously made a gravy train, milkshake, mango milkshake, and candles. I don't know why she can't
I
just
think
instantly
that
make
was
it.
purposely already placed in the realm of what was being done there, like food wise. Like she already had the planned course of that meal.
Did Coraline ever establish liking mango milkshakes in the real world?
No, I don't think so.
So I don't know why other mother would have that as a supply.
That I fall more on convenience. That it was just one of the many milkshakes up top. And not that it created upon her saying it for the chandelier to come down.
Ryder?
But I also think
Yeah,
the creation
sorry.
of the other counterparts in the parallel world are more like golems, fitted based off of what they know of the real world, and that likeness to Coraline's perspective is what's being based their creation off of, not to the regular mother's perspective or the character of themselves in the other world, of how they view themselves, but of how Coraline sees them, which I think is all because of the comfort level to build Coraline's trust to get the buttons in her eyes. the ones I do see falsified are the younger versions of Spink and Forcible because they don't exist in the other world at this time, that they haven't been viewed that way. So they're falsely made by the Beldam to be in a way that she can think of them to be. That's why I think when they come out of the taffy, they're more evil and sort, because they don't exist. And then that's why I also think, as I said, Bobinsky isn't Bobinsky, like he's just gone. It's the rats.
Ryder, your thoughts on her limits?
Going back to how I read what her limits on her powers are, I think she's powered by the ghost eyes. The more ghost eyes she has, the more elaborate her world can get. So I'm not in the camp she can just construct an amusement park overnight without removing one of the wonders she already has. I'm in terms of the cognizant ability of what she can make. She could be trying to create them with being they're based off of the other worlds, quote unquote. She might be using them as like the base personality stuff, except not editing, but like having a base personality would already tend to lend towards more what their counterparts think than what they wouldn't. And then the exceptions to that would probably be Bobinsky and the actresses, mostly because the Belden wouldn't see them as often as she does the real parents, and Wybe, because this is with the Coraline doll specifically. So she have like templates to work with, but not necessarily like their full personalities or whatever. And that being said, that ties into why some of them would be willing to sacrifice themselves for Coraline and why others wouldn't. And like I said, the rats are just good soldiers. I don't have an issue with, I guess, how it's portrayed. At least because, like I said, I define the limitations with the eyes. I guess that would be as defining as that can be for a soft magic system.
Yeah, like we don't even know what the limit of the eyes are.
Yeah, like I said, it seems to be one per wonder. That's all we got.
And in a way, answer all your question, Crimson.
Huh?
Does that, in a way,
does
fully
that
answer your question?
It does.
All right. Let's go to a point for me. A good transitional use, which I think is very smooth, it's a nice detail, is using I don't know what it's fully called, but the nightlight mobile in Coraline's room as a time jump when she's sleeping.
Yeah, with the lights crossing over her face during the nighttime.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
It looks natural upon waking up and sleeping, because it could be in that formation upon leaving and like falling to slumber and not, rather than just being like a feeling that's instantaneous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. That was a good idea to implement that.
A nice bit of manipulation on the part of the Beldan is when the second time she comes over, she refers to him as like, "Oh, you're better, father, dear." And the way that she kind of stuffs the strawberry into Coraline's mouth to prevent her from saying like, "Oh, my parents hate gardening." It's reinforcing the idea, oh, all the bad stuff stays in the real world while everything here is a good one. Like the other mother doesn't want to even tolerate, doesn't want Coraline to just start venting, wants to keep her happy.
Yeah, not to dwell on the negative in the happy world.
Yes. Good little details like that. Great.
Yeah. Let's go to Crimson.
All right, so there's a technique they used in this that I think stands out glaringly, and not in a good way. And that is one use of motion blur, excluding the ghosts, because they have a very distinct style to them on how they do it. And that's one moment in the trapeze. Not the whole trapeze segment. One part at 50 minutes and 4 seconds. Nowhere else in this film is there motion blur excluding the ghost bit, and it really just stands out. It threw me off. I even went to the point of looking up motion blur and stop motion, like why do you need to use it or not, and there was nothing that was really like definitive why they chose to do it at that one part in this trapeze thing, because they could have used it the whole trapeze part if they wanted to emulate speed, which is what you would usually use the motion blur for.
This is when the
It's when they
you
pull
say
up
trapeze
Coraline.
fires- Yeah. Okay.
It's when they pull her up. But that's the only instance, excluding the ghosts.
Uh,
Ghosts. Yeah. So I'm not a fan of it.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't notice. So I always took it as because they're just swinging by and rapidly pick her up.
'Cause you could pause anywhere in this movie and it would be a crisp photo, because that's what stop motion is. It's a photo of a moment.
Yeah.
This is going to be the only thing, excluding the ghosts, where it's going to be a smudged character. It's very peculiar.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, I guess it fits because of the constant motion. So yeah, you're right, because everything would be a photo still. Huh. Sorry, I just thought of an idea of how I would film this without necessarily doing it in stop motion. They do really good physics on her hair. I'll just say that.
I think the physics for everything is pretty solid.
Yeah.
Everything feels like it has weight when it needs to be.
Yeah, I didn't notice the motion blur either. Oops.
All right. Well, since you guys have seen it over 20 times, the next time you see it, keep an eye out on that, because it sticks out a lot to me.
Gotcha.
I guess why I didn't notice is because I guess it always made logical sense in my brain there would be motion blur because she's moving fast.
You would apply that to the whole trapeze segment, though.
Like I said, I didn't detect a difference, so I'll have to look. Is the motion blur specifically when they pick up Coraline?
Yeah.
And nothing else in the segment?
Nothing else.
Okay. I will take a look at it whenever I watch the film next.
Yeah.
Did you two pick up the? Well, I'm clearly you did, but the other father is riding a praying mantis vehicle in the garden.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You think that's an interesting choice?
That like the female bites the head off the male, like she's killing him.
Yeah.
Or? Okay. Then yeah, I see what you're throwing forth. So you did do a sacrifice play.
Yes.
Yeah, I just like that little intentional detail. Let's go to writer.
Let's see. I will jump to they have breakfast for dinner, which is apparently something Coraline really likes. I quite enjoy it. Just again, it's just the other mother just knows what Coraline likes. She's doing her research.
Oh, so you too love dinner breakfast food.
I do. It is fun. I don't do it very often, but when I do, it's very satisfying.
I found it interesting that they're eating in the kitchen and not the dining room.
Well, it might be to mirror them in the real world. That's like the common area for eating, from what I can tell.
It might be, yeah, that could be another form of manipulation. They realize that the other parents don't really eat in the dining room, so they're transitioning into the kitchen a little bit.
Okay. So, yeah. I was just trying to think, like, they had dinner there, but they didn't have like a breakfast at that table, and if like that's where they eat breakfast comparatively, but they never eat in the dining room in the real world. So okay.
Yeah.
I'll jump.
No, you go right ahead. You jump like a mouse.
Okay, I will. Yeah. I'm gonna jump to again a little bit more in the garden. The overall point, obviously, is that Coraline is the center of their world, in quotes. So again, it's juxtaposing with the real world where the parents are ignoring her, but here she's the center of all the attention. And obviously, this is going to be reinforced as with the other wonders that the other mother created.
Yes, it's all about
Yes.
Coraline and her comfort. Give up those eyes.
Do either one of you find it odd that the real world's garden also is depicted in the shape of Coraline's face?
I had a feeling you'd bring that up. I find that as an issue. Well, no,
Okay.
nitpick. I mean, unless the grandma's sister looked like Coraline, but she really didn't. So, and we don't see the dad. We know the dad isn't working on the garden. He's been working on the paper. So, yeah, that doesn't really make sense. And it's not just the end scene; it's the intro of her going to the house. You can see the garden, and that's how it's set up.
Yeah, I would say it's convenient. It's a nitpick.
Okie dokie.
I think they could change a couple things to change the shape of it in the for the real world, and then obviously just have those little things altered for the other world.
Yes. If they wanted more an apparent demonstration on what they were doing. If that's what their point of to do was. Let's go to Crimson.
Right. So the whole point is other mother trying to get Coraline comfortable enough to give up her eyes. And that includes the family dynamic. Coraline has to like other mother and other dad. So I was a little confused why they weren't at the performance, the play. She left and they were outside at the steps. How was it? It's a little weird to me.
I think it could also play into the same of why YB and Coraline went and saw Bobinsky's Mouse Circus without the parents.
I think that she's trying to come across as not an overbearing mother, but a still a loving and caring one. I don't. Yeah, I guess I don't really have much issue with that.
Which I think could also reflect onto the real world mom of, go see Spink and Forcible without going with Coraline to them. Could be portrayed of also the parallel. It's like seeing that the mom allows her to go on her own rather than going with her. So it's a comfort of what the other mom does too.
But wouldn't it be because the other mother is trying to do the opposite of real world mom in a positive lens? And if real moms like go to the play without me, wouldn't other mother be like, oh, Coraline might want to actually go with her mom, so I should go?
Possibly.
Because that's an angle of the mom, in quotes, not caring. It's like brushing off Coraline to go to a play.
Possibly. I don't think it's not caring or that the Beldam has to be opposite of the other mom. I think it's more of the comfort level of Coraline to build the trust. And if giving Coraline independence to run around the world of her own, I think gives more freedom feeling to Coraline than feeling like she has to be bodyguarded at all times, which is kind of also what happens. There's always someone essentially with her in this world, even though it's a very small world. But there's always an eye on her. But it's not the Beldam the whole time, which I think gives comfort. Ooh, I sense that's puzzling.
Oh. No, I just thought we were done with the point.
Oh.
But I guess if you want my retort with it, I mean, it is gray, admittedly. I don't think it's a hard line. She should go, she should not go. But my preference would be her being there. I think it would make the most sense. But I don't think it's damaging that she is not.
It would be interesting if, I think the theater one, I wouldn't mind seeing her there. I think she should stay out of the Bobinsky one just due to space.
Yeah, certainly with that. I don't think it would be kind of weird seeing her with Bobinsky. Didn't really happen.
Maybe. I think it's because of the size.
Yeah. It is bigger on the inside, but not big enough to fit the parents. I wouldn't mind seeing her going down to see the show. But I'm with you, Crimson. I don't think it's needed. It doesn't damage the character in any way.
In the Goblet of Fire tent of Bobinsky's circus, do you think those benches are designed for mice?
Well, that's probably his only
designed for
audience.
rats.
YB and Coraline. Or rats.
Semantics.
But that's why Coraline and YB sit on the ground.
I'd say probably. That would make the most sense to me.
All right. Let's go to writer.
Sure. I will jump to the real world. I actually quite enjoy the glove sequence because also this is set up for later. I just enjoy that. Again, the parents are just being. It's a big scene of them being like normal parents in a bad situation. So even though they're talking to each other and like Coraline was telling the story, they weren't not listening. They just don't immediately comment on her story until after the important stuff is done. So it shows that they're listening, It's just little details like that that really make me like the parents.
Real parents?
See.
Yeah, the real parents.
Oh, actually, which version do you guys prefer? Obviously, before Other Mother turns evil.
Oh, well, I mean, if the other mother's not evil, the other world's definitely, like, good. I'm not going to sew buttons into my eyes for that, though.
Between the two mothers, don't know. But I like Other Father more than regular.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I just prefer both the others. Do you guys
the only
like
issue is that
Other
they're evil, huh?
YB? Well, Other Father's not very evil. It's pretty nice. I mean, when he's killing her, he doesn't. Other YB though, quiet version of him, is he better than Chattybox?
I just don't think he has enough.
The quiet
I'm
version?
going with Chattybox.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of like
them both.
Chatterbox
I
more.
think equally for different reasons.
I mean, Coraline's terrifying when he's around. Real him. The whole chasing him through the house. He was terrifying.
To be fair,
yeah,
she's
she's
going on
talking
long
nonsense.
rants.
You're crazy.
It's funny to watch him just grow more and more uncomfortable the longer that scene drags on. They did such a good job animating his expressions.
Yes.
Right when you brought up the glove scene, it actually gives a bit to the date of when this is all taking place because of the President's Day sale. So this is somewhere amongst the end of February.
Yeah, day within the year it's in. Did we get established a year?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think it's a modern day, quote unquote. I think it's probably
with the
Well,
mom's
you
flip
got
phone.
I was like, you got the flip phone, you got the dad's computer.
yeah. It might be early 2000s or
Yeah.
late 1990s.
I mean, the car people could probably know what year that Volkswagen Beetle came out and be like, it's at least that old.
That could be. And
Carbon
segueing
date
from the
film.
Beetle, a detail I like is that the other world doesn't have it.
No driving away, no escape.
Well, there's no need to.
No, there's
It's a small
Well,
world.
no, but it's not one-to-one of the worlds. It's a detail entirely removed.
Yeah, I find it. I mean, even if it did have the Volkswagen Beetle, it'd be like King Kai's red fucking Volkswagen car on his tiny planet.
Did the doll ever have sight of the car?
Maybe the doll hit around the whole house at points.
I'm just thinking, like,
I
if the
think she
doll
has
never
sight-
saw the car, then the
Well,
she
mom
had sighted
wouldn't
from the
know.
window. There's a window shot, I think, where we kind of
There's-
pan down from her from the window, looking at where the car is. I think.
Oh, that I don't remember. I do
think.
remember when they're exploring the house, there's this big window that Coraline makes a opening clear for her and then the doll to clear, but I don't know where that window overlooks. I also don't know where that window is in the house.
Yeah. So that's potentially my workaround is the doll never saw the car, so other mother doesn't know what car they have to reconstruct.
Yeah, and also just I don't think it would be relevant for her world anyway.
No, not really.
I guess so.
You don't sound confident with that.
Let's go to. Well, no, because the other mother knows everything about the layout of outside. Like the whole walking path to get to the well is identical.
Well, she's been there for 150 years, and there's been other kids, so I'm sure the property has stayed relatively the same.
Okay, well then you could also go with the garden then.
Sure could. But gardens change. You can remake a garden. The well's position wouldn't change.
But how would the doll know what the garden looks like?
I mean,
In the
it depends
real
on how old that garden's depiction is, because it could be from a different child.
Okay. I don't know. Wishy-washy on that. To me, I don't think the doll ever, not in scene, saw the car. But could be explained that it did get the chance to.
Yeah, I'm in line with that.
Okay.
I will jump to when obviously Coraline is turned down. Obviously, the real mother, feels kind of sad with how depressed Coraline is before she leaves. Again, a little bit makes them feel like real people.
Yeah.
And then obviously she plans to run away to the other world. This time during the day.
Better family. Yeah, she did test that out. Seems to be a nighttime thing.
I have an issue with Real Mom, which plays just into the convenience of the plot of the story and into the movie. Why didn't she do grocery shopping while she was clothes shopping with Coraline?
She doesn't want
just so Coraline can
Coraline
be home alone.
to be annoyed by the shopping.
No.
Coraline's going to be like, Mom, I want this granola bar. Mom, I want this apple. Mom.
She says it herself. If you come along, you can pick something else you want, which then goes into the argument of the gloves.
Well, the reason is because she doesn't know. Like, she opens the fridge expecting to see food, and she realized, well, I need to go shopping anyway. Like, so I don't think she was planning to go shopping that day until she opened the fridge.
I still think that is an issue. She still planned on going shopping.
Yeah,
that's why they
but
went
she
clothes
doesn't
shopping.
specify it's that day.
Oh, that the clothes shopping is the same day as coming home?
Okay, no. You misunderstand. When someone says like I needed to go shopping anyway, they could be referring like I need to go grocery shopping tomorrow or the next day, and then when she opens up the fridge, realize I guess I need to go grocery shopping today.
Yes. So I guess the way for that to not work is if the mom didn't have breakfast.
I'm so lost now.
I don't think a mom would just say the dad does the cooking, I do the cleaning situation to explain why she never cooks is so weak to me why she would never open the fridge. When then we see her open the fridge for lunch and ask, do you want this for lunch? Showing that she opens the fridge for food and there's no food in it. And it wasn't something of the line saying, oh, your father was supposed to do this, I guess I'll go do it, which then it could help aid why she's going grocery shopping versus already being out and about, knowing the fridge is low on food to go shopping. I see it as it's just a whole way to get Coraline home alone and angry at her mom because of the gloves. For the mom to then leave.
I agree, Spinks. It's for the story.
Yeah, I mean, I agree it's for the story. I'm not going to push hard on this. I don't have an issue with it, but it's for the story.
Okay. I would just say I would definitely make fun of someone if I was out shopping with them. Came back to the home, unloaded, and they're like, oh, I forgot. I got to go shopping for this too, and leave.
I mean, it has happened to me before, but it's usually because I request to stay behind.
But something that is not a nitpick, and that I'll actually praise a little, is when they are driving home and it's raining, the rain isn't just a over-layered foreground look, it actually has detail texture to the ground. So it actually is giving it 3-dimensional space for the rain.
Yeah, like
Good
the rain
stuff.
is actually there.
Love to hear it.
Yeah. Which is nice.
We'll go to writer next.
All right. I think we meet the cat next time we go to the real world, which is when she is going to see the actress's show. And it's revealed
not
the
the
cat
real
can
world.
talk. Yeah, the other world. Sorry. I
did write this down.
Okay.
Sorry, I wrote down, how can you talk? I just can. Oh, there, as in Crimson and Ryder, not going to like that.
Funny enough, I don't care for this one. Not enough absurd stuff has happened in the other world. It's weird, but I'm not exactly thrown out of the film.
Yeah, I'm actually on the same wavelength, actually. It doesn't bother me too much because we are in a magic world. It does bring into question, does all the other animals also speak English? So if a real world rat came in here, do we get talking rats? I'm leading yes, but it
I'm
does
leaning yes as
strike
well.
it as weird.
This is the world where Ratatouille was filmed, I guess.
No.
No
They don't
Gustos?
speak.
Or what was the name? Was it Gusteau?
Gusteau.
Hey,
Yeah,
I
the chef
got it.
Gusteau. Yeah, but Remy doesn't talk to Linguini.
No. Actually, do
interesting.
you think it's Other Mother's powers to enable animals to speak then? It is her world.
Don't know.
At which point it's kind of weird that she enables that as a thing.
Well, I mean, I guess the dragonflies aren't real, huh?
Mm-mm.
No, they have butt knives too, I think.
It might be just area of effects kind of magic.
It's just a byproduct? Now that I would have an issue
Yeah, kind
with.
of. Well, I mean, so an area of effect, because even the plants have little personalities and stuff. They end up fighting Coraline later. Obviously, all the stuffed animals in her room and the dragonflies are toys and stuff like that. No, wait, no, hold on. There are dragonflies that are real outside that talk to her. Like they say hello, hello, hello. So I think it is just all the animals that are there.
So the fireflies in the real world flew through the portal to say hi, hi, hi to her in the other world? Because they have to get there somehow.
You think they're creations?
Yeah.
That's still fine.
Because we have to establish they get through the portal. The cat we know go through the portal somehow.
Those aren't the ones that Coraline hits with her hat that become unstuffed, right?
No, not those ones. Actually, how does the cat get in there with the wallpapered door?
I think there's another portal.
We are shown another portal at the end of the movie.
Oh, very interesting.
It's going to be a big talk on what the ending means.
We'll get there. Very interesting.
So you're saying the post is a portal?
Well, we'll get there. Do you think
for the cat apparently?
We'll get there. Do you think the regular mom would take the effort to hang the key that high up and in open sight?
Effort? Doesn't take that much effort.
She takes the key so Coraline can't, but she hides it on a nail above the door frame.
I think she's a little bit worried because Coraline's been telling stories and raving constantly about this other world that is a product of that open door that she unlocked. I'm not too far against it. And there's an interesting hint that happens in this scene that's more meta conversations on the internet stuff. Where she talks about finding a rat. There's a kind of an implication, at least in online conversations, that the mom caught the rat running towards the door with the key. So that's why she hangs it up high. Like I said, I don't really have much to go on, for that particular theory, other than it's just an online conversation. But it would explain a few things, but it's kind of a interesting thing to think about.
I wish we had a scene with the parents at some point. I don't know where they would put it in, where they talk to each other about how much Coraline's kind of hurting them, because she's just talking and fantasizing about better versions of them. I would imagine, I'm not a parent, but I would imagine that would kind of hurt that's constantly being brought up of just better versions, because they're doing the best they can, presumably.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know where they would put it. The reason it's not here is because the movie is from Coraline's POV. We're squarely going to be with her from the entire film.
Yeah, because I feel like if we knew their mindsets, like they're actually getting hurt by her delusions and in air quotes, then that would explain more of hiding the key, because they think it is for her better for her health, mental health.
Yeah. I'm also personally I want to subscribe to the fan theories around that, because that's an interesting theory. It doesn't change the film much, because the mom could write it off as coincidence that the rat was stealing the key away, but it still would give her pause enough to hang it.
I could see that possibility.
It's one of the
It would
fun.
explain the reason for that fruit.
Yeah, it's one of the fun fan theories I came across, over my years of being in periphery to this film.
Okay. Looking at my notes, seeing things we've already touched on. Do you think the theater performance of Spink and Forcible, going back and forth and the set breaking and everything go awry, do you think that was planned?
Pushing PG for me with what's her face?
Forcible?
Yeah, pushing PG on that. Was the whole stage play planned? If we're going with that, they have their own autonomy. No, I don't think it is planned that way. I think that's actually them butting heads and causing issues.
Though, like true performers, they just embrace and carry it into the next part.
Okay.
Did you view it as like Mother set it up so Coraline has more fun or something? Or
I view it as when Spink looks up from below stage to Forcible kind of overtaking her scene, that it was then staged, because they would have just played it out as them going back and forth between their song parts rather than trying to one-up each other. And the one-up each other made it seem like it was staged to go awry for then the overload of like the overwhelmness of all these colors and set parts moving around and things breaking and disaster to then go into this magnificent trapeze act that's practically flawless. So also, I don't think the barrel that they dive into is magic.
And how did they fit?
What do you mean, how do they fit? They're small, slender forms.
I'm definitely going magic. There's no room.
You think that's magic?
No room. We're thinking about the
What do you
same
mean, no?
barrel.
It has a false floor.
It has a false floor. Isn't there a splash that comes out of it?
Of glitter. Not of water.
Of glitter. I might just have to re-see that, because I don't remember glitter coming out.
I had it as false floor because when they're rising and like holding each other up out of it, it looks like they're coming out of the floor of the barrel, so underneath the stage.
And it's a pretty magical world. They're also stuffed.
It is. The one counterpoint, well, yeah, they're in these fake suits of their old versions of them. The only thing I can think of that is when they first go into the barrel, it's not stationarily set to the stage. It does jostle a little, but even jostling, I think, could just be how light it is, because the angle of it, we don't see a hole in the bottom of the stage.
And it would be fine if it was like they did do the whole thing for the stage, because the dogs are running all these curtains and stay like stuff on the stage. Would be perfectly fine with it if there was a hole underneath the thing and it's like an elaborately built stage. Otherwise, they're just sand, and they could just disassemble themselves and reassemble themselves.
True, but that would be a little fearsome to show off to Coraline.
Well, she's busy trying to not to fall right now.
Yes. Also, Wybie had a really good arm to throw that rose to Coraline.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, professional baseballer Wybie over here.
Let's go to Crimson.
Coraline. The guts to walk into a white void is amazing. I don't know about you guys, but I don't think I would step into a white void. It also sets up later why is she running from the white void if she knows it's fine walking in the void.
I think the latter part is second guessing. The first part is knowing the base, like stepping into it, knowing that it's solid ground, just shows that it's safe, and she's worked this whole time of safety because the cat's giving the second guessing, and Coraline's debating against the cat, so everything's fine. The second part is seeing actually the world fall apart and the flooring of the lawn and the stones and all that disappearing, which could play off that it's just nothing below. So I think in the mental space, like gravity would take effect, and it's like, oh, I'll fall if I go that way, so run back inside.
That right, you Land Raider?
Kind of, yeah. I mean, kids, at least the kids I've been used to and around when I used to volunteer and do a lot of one of my old job that used to require me to hang out with kids. Their kids are just will ignore stuff until it's relevant. So like the floor was already gone by the time she noticed she was walking towards a white void.
Well, we see the camera pointed from her face. From her point of view, it's just white in front of her. She's walking straight into it.
Well, sort of, right? So the world fills itself out until you reach a certain distance, and then it starts turning into a white void. Because when she kind of circles back around the world, everything just kind of pops back into place, and it looks like a fully fleshed world again, around them and behind them.
Yes, but I guess up to a point of her walking into the void, because the camera does do this swirl motion with her and the cat that's walking into it, which then from that point of view is just walking into whiteness. She doesn't hesitate and pause or talk to the cat first. She just continues walking.
And the camera angle kind of indicates they're walking around a sphere, which is set up for the line that comes out later.
Take that, flat earthers.
Shots fired.
Yeah. I mean, come on. We have pictures of the planet from space. At this point, they're just idiots.
They're all fake.
Oh, those right next to the files on the moon landing?
Everything's fake.
Sorry.
We're not even on Earth right now. We're on Mars. I'm sorry you guys didn't realize that.
Shut up.
Oh, we're going to take it out?
It's pretty much right after the buttons of like Coraline wanting to go to bed. Other mother can teleport.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I wrote that down.
Well
She does just teleport across the screen.
Yeah.
Because
so I guess
Coraline
that's another
was
power.
looking at her, or the other thing.
Yeah. There's another power aspect to you, Crimson, on the building.
Yeah.
Teleporting
that might be my first issue with the Belden, because the teleportation stuff would have been useful later on, if that's actually a power. So it's not. It's just convenient. It's for
also
the
convenient
to
you need eyeballs to see, right? Right?
Yes, but you don't need eyeballs to hear.
Hand. Sorry, something was in my throat.
The Force.
I didn't get that, so I'm just
I thought he's picking up in Act 3, but the Force.
The Force?
I don't know. You can just sense it, can feel it.
Oh, further
there. Okay, I got what you were putting down. I agree.
Act 3. We'll cover it.
I will. Yeah. Anyway, with Act 2, how's everyone's nose looking? Getting close?
Fairly close. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fairly close as well.
All right, fairly close. We'll go with Crimson.
Okay, so why be rescuing her? That's within this, right? Like pulling her out?
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't like that. That bugs me a lot. That her own creation not only knows about this room, which he was just made, might I add, but also knows and has the power to pull her out of a magic mirror, it's too much. That is setup that needs to be done.
Only thing against that is that he technically wasn't just made, and there was a whole night without Coraline. So YB had that whole night to explore while the Beldam was resting. So I wouldn't say impossible chance for him to come across the mirror, hear something. I don't think he heard the ghost kids like warn him or anything, but to figure out the mirror, because his grandma's house doesn't exist in this world. It's cut off, so he's probably just always inside the house, or he's just standing outside. But with the limited space, I can see the possibility of him figuring out the mirror. But him knowing Coraline's in the mirror might only be a thing to know once she gets put in it, versus seeing the Beldam actually put Coraline in it. So I am going with like the negative aspect that it is a bit too much for YB to get Coraline out at that exact time and whatnot. But I don't have it like a 0% impossibility.
Okay. So that was mostly a devil's advocate. Like you're pitching like an alternative.
I'm just showing
Yeah.
parts of like what is shown that could provide into that, so it's not impossible. But even that to me is a lot. As we've touched on, a lot of this movie is stuff off screen that is very inferred but isn't shown.
And Ryder, your thoughts?
Yeah, it's I can understand the devil's advocate. I think that makes a sort of sense. That being said, it's convenient. I do think, there's I don't remember how Coraline escapes in the book.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Because
Maybe the spirits help her or something.
Yeah, I mean the spirits
Well,
help
as long
her
as
later
it's not
close
like-
the door. So
Yeah,
They
as long
do
as it's not
have some sort
Sophie's
of-
world, we're okay.
Sophie's.
you sure? I thought we liked Sophie's World in this
I-
podcast.
Sure, I don't remember a lot about it at all. I just remember when the guy she's talking to says they're in the book. And she goes, a book? And he goes, yeah, the reader's reading us right now. Like, that was... Wow.
I mean, there is a reason why it's an introduction to philosophy book.
Anyhow, with a few left, let's go to writer.
I really like the scene where YB is crestfallen and the Beldan notices, because that is set up for when it's revealed to have a wire through his mouth to tie it into his smile.
Yes, are you two okay that when Coraline removes the strings on the sides of his mouth that there aren't holes?
Establishing that they are sand, it kind of does pose an issue that sand isn't like pouring out the holes or something. But for the sake of what this is, I don't have an issue with it. I'm more an issue of her doing it in the first place, because she's still trying to have Coraline on her side, and sewing her friend's mouth like that is not a good thing.
Well, I think it wasn't designed to show Coraline with the smile. I think it was a torture for him before Coraline, quote unquote, arrives back again. So, like, without Coraline seeing what happens, and he can't talk, he can't tell her what that happened. I think it was a torture mechanic.
That was going to be removed the next time she came back.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
And knowing that would upset her is why that version of YB put the mask on, like the chicken face, not to scare her. But I guess it also goes into the question if he was going to step over line, knowing his... Well, no. I was going to say, if he already knew he was going to overstep the Beldam to rescue Coraline, why not just pull them out of his mouth to begin with, rather than going through the hassle of the whole mask? But then it shows that his hand falls apart, like he can't practically pick things up.
Which is weird, because the eyes have
I
not been
guess that's
stolen
even
yet.
more torture?
I guess, because it's not a weakening of her powers yet, because the eyes haven't been taken. If we're going with the eyeballs thing.
It could be a slight, because she is running out of time, and this whole thing, I'm going to guess, is within a next 24-hour span. which goes on to your first point of like the Beldam kind of did this to the last minute of her starving.
Yeah, the whole time period thing.
Yeah, I guess just confident that the last 3 children all accepted, so she expected the 4th to accept at this point in time.
Well, what's the character we have established with Other Mother? Do you guys think she values someone loving her more than her own life?
No, I think she values her own life.
Okay, because that's what we were told was her motivation. And obviously she
cat,
is trying to save. Yeah. So I also am on that. She would rather live than be loved by somebody. Which makes me think if she is on such a short clock of like, oh my gosh, I'm a day away from dying, she would just rip out her eyes.
Well,
why does it have to be voluntary?
That could fall into one of the Fae rulings.
Well, that doesn't matter because this movie doesn't establish that. That's like outworld implications. That's,
well, yeah,
they don't
that's
establish
like going
that in
into
this
the
at
whole.
all.
That goes into the whole conversation we had when we tackled men.
We didn't even know what he was.
No, but the possibility that was Fae as well.
No, it's like with Harry Potter as an example of like werewolves and animagus. A lot of people know what werewolves are, but the movie established rules of what they are. So now we know in this universe that's how they work. In this, Fae's not even mentioned. Nothing. This doesn't attribute you guys, generally you, are applying. I don't see the movie actually putting anything in that camp.
Okay. The reason I see it as a possibility is because the movie does a lot of show of it and not tell at all. There's no one known of like Fae beings or whatnot of this world.
Why
like
can't
even
it be its own
grandma,
creature?
It very well could. I just
Why
think
can't it be its own Fae creature?
Because they need to establish
that. It also
that.
very well could.
No, like I said, my point here is that I just gonna say again, it's the symbolism I read into it. I don't have any of. It's not a part of my objective analysis.
Okay. Sure. I think that was Ryder's point that Crimson built off of. So let's go to mine. What can I find that we haven't touched on? Oh, I brought up how the portal tunnel, like connected to the door frame of the real world, looks that way. Is that depicted? Like, has the tunnel always looked like the way back of like old and gross looking?
Old,
and it's just like overlooked, kind of like the rats versus the jumping mice. Like they're the rats the whole time, but they look like jumping mice. Is that the same with the tunnel?
That's how I would read it. She makes it look pretty, so it's inviting and stuff, but naturally it looks disheveled.
Be okay with that, yeah.
Because it's weird that she would intentionally make it look like that if she picks either or. I'd rather be on the camp that she kind of disguises it with the pretty like purple tunnel.
Okay, that makes sense. Always inviting, welcoming the entrance, the deliverance into the world, but never the effort to leave. It's not designed to leave.
Yeah. I would also what's it called? I was thinking more about what you mentioned, Crimson, on the
Fae stuff.
before we devolved into the argument about it being the Fae.
Her short time period.
Yeah.
Her motivation.
Her short time period. I don't think it's not a stretch for me to infer that there needs to be a level of acceptance on the part of the children before she can start consuming their soul. Because the other children accepted, and we can see how that acceptance is what fuel parts of her world. If we're gonna take what we see visually as far as the eyes go. So I guess that would be my within world pushback that works for me, I guess. Because I don't necessarily have an issue. It's a timing thing for her, but she still needs Coraline to accept her.
I can go with it because we don't have anything on the contrary to that. So I can buy that. It just comes down to the convenience of the timing of her power, like dying or her starving, and then Coraline arriving, because we don't have anything showing that other mothers set up
Yeah,
Coraline to move here.
Yeah.
Or rather than starvation, which is happening, but maybe not as drastically as we could guess it to be happening, it's actually the patience level of the Beldam,
It's possible.
which could go into the
Mm.
nervous finger tapping
And
and
she's used to
try
the
to
3-day acceptance thing.
trying
As
to
you
play
brought up.
everything right. Like have YB in check, or the alternate form of YB, make sure the dad's playing along. That's why she's kicking him under the table or whatnot. Like all that, and her patience is drawing thin. So then it gets to the point where she's like, okay, I'm found out. I'm gonna just be in my normal form look. I'm gonna, just kind of go into, rather than the kind of fall into the rather be feared than loved angle.
Mhm.
So that's a possibility of it.
I guess my only counter to the needing acceptance or love for the eyes is, by the end, she accepted the game to get the eyes for the game, but Coraline doesn't have any love towards her or anything. Is it just the mere presence of willingness to give up the eye then? Or eyes?
That wouldn't necessarily be inconsistent with what's come before. I mean, the other children accepted with love, just attached. In the case of Coraline, it would be just, I guess, the acceptance of it.
Okay. So
It'd
love is
work.
not a required component, it's just the easiest way to acquire it.
Yes, I think that's one of her strategies to it.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
Okay, let's go with one more point for each of you on Act 2. Start with Crimson.
Okay, so the eyes in general. Kind of a weird thing to throw in. I'm not saying it shouldn't be in there, just I'm throwing it out there. It's like the ghost just happened to bring it up and it becomes very, very important. It's not something we know beforehand as like a hint, other than there were existing kids. Um, Popping that out there. Don't know if there's anything to really discuss on it, but
We've,
go ahead.
in a meta sense, tackled this conversation somewhat off the podcast, where I think it was actually last year's Halloween, we did our PNG tubers over on YouTube and Rumble as ghosts, but they needed, as we say, like
Corporeal object.
corporeal objects to hold on to be transferred out of. And I feel like that's the eyes of the kids. So the reason why they're still ghosts and not angels or moved on is because of the eyes.
Eyes in air quotes, might I add.
Yeah,
That's true.
eyes in air quotes.
They could be the eyes just in objects, but even when they break, they're hollow.
And the objects are all different sizes too.
Yeah.
They're not even eyeball size.
I don't
So
know.
that's kind
I
of
feel
weird.
like that's no, I shouldn't say that. That might be insulting.
Okay, say it and I'll cut it out
Oh,
because I'm curious.
I feel like it's like witches like drawing upon bones or something, like, reading things into other things to be
That's not
forms of
offensive.
stuff. Well, I'm just like saying, like, yes, they were once eyes, but now they've been like into these objects.
Yeah, you can make totems out of items. Yeah, then that's if you're a horror witch, that makes sense.
They're
That tracks.
Horcruxes.
Like I don't want to be insulting because that's a vein I don't know. So I don't want to overstep. I don't want to sound like I know what I'm talking about because I don't.
All right, with this little pause, right now, is that getting cut or not? Sprinks, what do you feel?
We can keep it in.
Okay. And I guess my last bit within the whole like ghost kid section touched on it. I think they look pretty good with how they did it. It's less frames for them, so their movements seem more jittery or less smooth. And they have this like overlay where there's almost like an after image when they move. So I think it's a pretty cool effect that they mustered up.
Yeah, it's a cool visual difference to show them.
Mhm.
They're not like Marley and Marley from Muppets Christmas Carol. Like not that
comparison.
ghost look.
Yeah.
Puppetry and stop motion, similar vein-ish, but
Yeah, and that one
just
they
tried to
are
visual
just
comparison.
like set like a transparency was set and they colorized the image. Not they didn't do a lot of effects with it from what I remember. But this has a lot of
Yeah.
effects going on.
So cool. Writer, you for a last act 2 point.
The other mother's transformation is all 100% real. Like that's all different versions of the mother.
How many puppets was that?
I don't know.
Oh, that's what. Okay, you said different versions. I'm like, every transformation she went into was a different form of her in the past, but just like
no,
that's just
no,
stop
no, no,
motion.
no,
growth.
just no, just yeah, just a stop motion thing. So all the as she transforming, that's just other dolls of her. Though I do think they obviously do some CG to kind of smooth the transition, but
could be. I don't know. For the first film, I think they wanted to make it right. I don't know if how many
Make it
corners they
right.
cut.
CG isn't a wrong thing. It's just how you use it.
No, I meant for stop motion, like Leica themselves.
Mhm.
I think they, for their first feature length film, I think they went in to impress.
And that they did.
Your subjectives is peaking.
I mean, objectively, this is impressive how they made it.
Your objective is peaking.
I mean,
The scores, Crimson. The scores.
Oh, no.
Anyway, I have no more points for Act 2. So with that, we'll go into Act 3, which is from here to the end. Big shocker. We're going to start with me, everyone, because we start with Crimson Star Writer. Only fair. I'll tackle the big one. What's up with the ending?
all right.
meeting with the
Who
grandmother.
gets to go first?
or-
No, the cat.
Oh, the cat.
Let's have Crimson First Time Watcher go first.
Okay. So, Crimson point of view, it's just a little thing they threw in. Breaking it into the world, I would say she is still another mother world. I don't think this is a separate world. I think once she entered the other world, other mother, both worlds are other mother worlds. Just Coraline can't distinguish. That's what I'm going with.
That's
Okay.
fascinating.
So, from the beginning of the movie,
No,
it's always been two.
The moment Coraline goes into the other world, she sleeps in the other world and wakes up in air quotes in the real world, but she's still in the other world, which would explain she doesn't teleport or get moved somewhere. She's still there. Other mother's just giving the illusion she's at the real world. She's never actually left.
I see.
And that's why the cat would still have the powers.
With that explanation, you just made the Beldam way stronger.
Yeah.
From what you were saying earlier.
Mhm.
So, interesting. Okay. Let's now go next to Writer.
I mean, it's very similar. Well, at least the first half is similar to Crimson. It's just something they threw in at the end for fun. What it actually is, the cat's already been shown has multiple ways in. Because the cat does not use the hole in the wall to get to the other side. So I think we're just seeing a way it can get in. Be it portal or lingering magic or crack, whatever you want to call it.
So what's at the other end now? Because it's just a white void, presumably.
I don't know.
Could just be a white void.
Could just be a white void. Cat just might have fun being the only thing in the world.
Interesting. Okay.
I do not subscribe to the reason I don't subscribe to the being this still in the Beldam's world is mostly because the book has a happy ending. So.
Well, this is the movie.
Yeah, but I don't have any reason to believe that it's
even with this movie, one could still say that's a happy ending.
Yeah, Coraline's happy, isn't she?
Everyone around her's happy. I lean with Crimson's approach, except I don't think it's the bed that she was always in there, which is a good theory, good idea. I think it's when the other mother's banging on the door and the tunnel's disappearing. Because then the two doors become one.
I'm lost. So,
So there was no. When Coraline's fighting the Beldam and goes through the tunnel with the cat and shuts the door with the ghost hands and everything, and the Beldam's banging on the door as Coraline's trying to escape, and that door is getting closer and closer, so the tunnel is disappearing. Upon that door hitting the other door for the key to jump out, is my thought that they're one and the same now.
so by the end of the movie, she's still in the other world.
Yes, like it's now a connected between the worlds situation. Yeah, you brought up how it was the first bed fall, so when she wakes up, she's in her quote unquote real world when it's not. I think it's when the two doors become one.
Because I think it would also explain the snow issue that we touched on, where if it's all orchestrated by Other Mother, then there would be no need for them to acknowledge the snow.
I see. This is the problem with when they use symbolism to explain things and not be over heavy-handed with it. When we transition from them defeating the Beldan's lingering hand, we go up and we see like clouds parting like hands. The implication with the symbolism is that the worlds are now completely severed.
Yes, but with the lightning beforehand of how the Beldam controls weather in symbolism could also be that this is the Beldam still in control of the weather. The issue I have with it a bit is the Beldam's hand reacting to the key and how it's going down the well if the well's not a portal. Unless it's like...
Well, I dig it knows it's not going to be able to escape with the key if it throws down there.
Well, if the well is a portal, it would want the key to be thrown.
Yeah, it would make no difference. So I lean with that, thinking that the well is a portal. Whether the well is a portal to the window, I lean more yes, but not 100% so. But I think that the hand trying to drag Coraline all the way back to the door versus going down the well.
Yeah, I'm not given any reason for the well to be a portal, so I'm just going to shrug because then the hand is acting as an antithesis to itself. It could just be hidden and watch the key be thrown away.
Yeah.
So, final point, just so it's clear, this is my theory. This is not my actual input into the movie. I do think the cat thing is just a fun thing they threw in to be like, oh, that's interesting. I don't actually believe in my theory, but it is how, if I was to theory craft, that's how I would approach it. Just so it's out in the world.
Yeah, fair, same for me, I guess. Yeah.
I'm 50-50 on my own. I've seen this movie so many times, I can see it either way now.
All right. Big question out of the way.
Yep. Does time work differently in the other world versus the real world, like a Narnia effect?
Well, she goes to bed at night in the other world, which night is all the time, and she wakes up in the morning in the real world, quote unquote. So I would imagine it's parallel.
Okay. My thing to this is the spoiled food in the grocery bag. How long has she been in the other world for the food to turn out that way?
And to the point where the parents
When
don't
kind of
freak out that she's been missing or anything.
Yeah, but it kind of plays off that she went there, had lunch, and then went to the show. No, went there for lunch, and then got captured, and then YB sent her back. And upon arrival, the food was spoiled. So
I would say 2 days have passed at least.
In the real world, but the false world hasn't been 2 days?
I don't know.
Wasn't
I don't know the timing.
Wasn't that the night that she stayed? No, that was a different night. Was it? There was a night where she woke up there. Was that time?
Yeah.
Because then that would make sense that it was 2 days over there and two days in the real world.
Yeah, I think 2 days pass at least in her being stuck in the other world.
Okay. I just had it flipped.
It's still a fast spoil for the food, but
the meat not so much. I think the meat spoiling would spoil the other stuff just by the nature of how that shit works. But it is very fast for the fruit. So the meat spoiling makes sense. The fruit less so.
Let's go to writer.
Sure. I kind of touched on it earlier, so I'm just gonna reiterate again. Really, really like the. Well, actually, no. I'm gonna do a different point. I should say we already mentioned that one. I like that the cat comes to comfort Coraline after she escapes.
Yeah.
For care or
And then
scolding?
obviously they make a mutual decision to go back together.
Oh, that part. Yes. I thought you were talking about the end when after she threw him.
It's still funny.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, actually, still
I
cute.
really like that the cat was upset with that because I would be.
I know you did your job, Cat, but I'm sorry. Yeah,
The cat could have died.
I do appreciate the cat was still upset over that too. But that is a thing directly taken from the books and the play. The people throw the cat at the Beldan, the last resort.
Yeah. From how many times I've seen this, I think there has been a time where I cried over it. But the Pillow Parents is very sad.
Yeah, it didn't really hit me too
I just find
hard,
it
but
very
I can
touching.
see it. It is touching.
Yeah, it's very touching, especially with her theme playing in the background. One of my favorite scenes. I don't think I ever cried at it, but it still pulls at the heartstrings.
Yeah. From all this conversation about magic and whatnot, and the Beldam's powers, Crimson, I'm curious in your answer, how do you feel about the parents in the snow globe communicating through the use of the mirror in the quote unquote real world?
I don't understand what it is.
I don't understand what it is either, to be honest with you.
It shows that she has power outside of the other world, unless it's all the other world, as we kind of talked about. That she depicted that to get Coraline to come back.
Okay, so it was a taunt.
It's a taunt, but it also pushes her powers further than it should. That's real world interference using powers.
That one does that one
in the sake that they're separate worlds.
Yeah, I don't have any full reason to believe like with what the script has given me to believe that they're both the other world at a certain point. I am going to believe that this is just her powers being overextended, which is a problem, which is a different sort of problem.
And then we kind of talked about the parents not remembering being in a snow globe or captured. I view as very lazy, because I didn't get to say my point on it, but it's very lazy. They got away from consequences by just being, don't remember that.
Goddamn, the face symbolism is great. Anyway.
Yeah, the memory wipe, fine. The looking at the snow on each other for Coraline to point out, look at the snow on you, to call Coraline crazy is, I think, crossing a line.
Why do they get to forget?
Well, as writer said, Faye.
Why doesn't
Faye
Coraline forget?
Well,
the funny thing about the Faye BS, I can apply that. The Coraline remembers because of Faye. Yeah, that's how the Faye are just like that in their lore, and it's hilarious. It's so frustrating to apply as a rule set, which is why I don't apply it as a rule set.
It's a tricksterous torture situation of memory, where she'll always know, but they won't, and they'll never believe because they didn't quote unquote experience it.
For my sake, and maybe the audience, within this film, though, thoughts. I mean, if you're applying the Faye thing, say it. But I just want to know.
No, I'm not. Again, whenever I reference Faye, I refer to it more as my subjective symbolism stuff. It's not really going to be applied through my objective lens. That being said, as to why they remember, why they don't remember, I don't know, because I don't know how the Beldan even tracked them to begin with. It's
Yeah,
one of the
that's a
big
whole nother
question
thing.
marks I have with regards to the film, because it overextends the Beldam's powers to a degree. It does escalate the tension, but it's one of those things where this is where for me her powers start becoming inconsistent, because sure, her power is now extending to a much bigger degree to the real world.
Unless it plays in that they were never stolen.
It's that doesn't explain the food then.
Well, or the snow. That'll explain the snow.
The snow, I guess that plays into that it's the same world of the
Universe
Beldam each time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd be on
That they were
board
never
if it was
stolen.
just an illusion for Coraline to believe her parents were inside. I think that would be good, but the snow takes that out the window.
Yeah.
Yeah, that they're actually affected somehow by it. A little wishy-washy on all it. Depending, I guess it kind of falls onto whether you believe one theory or the next. There's another theory that slightly counters it in some vein, because it doesn't seem the three of us have found one idea, whether entangled or puzzled together from all these ideas, to be streamlined
I think
smoothly.
having them both one world fixes a lot of issues, but the biggest issue being they don't do a good job establishing that as what happened, if that's
There's
what
too many
happened.
there's too many counter notions as well to it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's what art is. It's interpretive.
Unless the Beldam has like Freddy Krueger thing, and Coraline has been in a coma this whole time and has not woken up.
It's all a dream.
I mean, they did talk about an accident.
Her for
She
sleep.
says, I mean, it could be. I mean, she says there was an accident that she says it wasn't my fault. The driver like hit us or something like that. She says something. To that
She's
effect.
actually in limbo.
So there is.
I'm sure there's an audience member that hates us bringing this one up.
Oh yeah, absolutely. My mom is pulling her hair out right now.
Yeah. But at least the coma, I think, is a little more okay than, wake up, it was a dream the whole time. The whole Wizard of Oz approach. So, let's go to, well, that was my point on to Crimson. That spiraled. So let's go to Ryder.
Yeah, I like that we get the artifact from the actresses, and the film takes subtle steps to not let us forget that it's going to be important, in the sense that like it lingers on it, when Coraline's collecting all her gear to go back. So it shows that even before it's like proven to be important, that there's some level of build up to it.
Yeah.
And as for another smaller point, plot armor for Coraline, when she breaks the mirror, none of the pieces land on her.
Lucky that her parents weren't trapped in the mirror and got killed.
Lucky that Coraline didn't cut her hand, or when she fell from Bobinsky's stairs didn't get a more serious injury, other than her parents being like, "Oh, you scraped your knees," which I didn't even really notice.
They did a good job
It's a
with
nice
the
little
poison
detail.
oak. I'm glad they got it healed.
Yeah.
They don't have to maintain the continuity. But was it really healed, or was it just the same world? Forever question.
Oh.
I mean,
Yeah.
if we're doing like a darker fairy tale going into the face stuff again, it all being one world would make a lot of sense. Be fun.
Again, it would band-aid and heal things, but still have a couple problems.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if it irked the two of you. It irked me a little that the hint to the Beldam gives Coraline on like the exploration game doesn't rhyme.
It doesn't bother me. Not every riddle has to rhyme.
No, it just sounded like she kind of gave like a sing-songy beat to it, and it just didn't rhyme. I don't know.
I
Maybe that was
I
the
mean,
point for it to feel off-putting.
I
But
had a similar experience. Funny enough, this just reminded me of something that when I first heard my first poem that didn't rhyme, I thought it was the weirdest thing ever.
oh, haiku, yeah.
Dude, I love my limericks.
Yeah,
But
I do.
Yeah,
It's
sorry.
sorry, just like immediately after, it is an interesting. It's not a transitional use necessarily from a scene to scene, but it is a beat following of the tapping on the eyes from the beldam to the dripping faucet.
Mhm.
Let's just do a slight quick pause. Crimson, what happened to your mic?
I just moved. Is it now
Okay.
bad, or
No, it's
was it
fine
just a
now,
bump
but
sound?
I guess. Oh, it had a couple. What the heck? Someone just drink water? What was that? Jeez, whiz.
Not me.
I did
I
not
don't know.
drink water, so
Oh, I'm hearing things now. Your bump had scruffs or something to it, but
Okay.
anyway, all good. Let's go to Crimson.
All right. I alluded to it. So the hand. We established, I think, pretty definitively that she cannot see without her eyes, without the buttons. And now we have a hand that has no senses of anything, no hearing, no spiderweb senses, no eyes, nothing. So we might not have a lot of rules with magic, but I feel like that is something they actually set up, is that she can't see without eyes.
the reason
The
for
the
me,
laziest answer is magic, but like when Coraline pulls out the key in the hand, like gasps.
It
Is
does. It reacts
a
to
little,
seeing it.
yeah, yeah.
usually, so this is one of those scenes where I'm like, this is here for the book readers because the final boss of the book is the hand. I don't remember how the book describes it. I can headcanon a few things for this, but I don't think any of them are applicable outside of Magic BS. So it is inconsistent with her not having buttons on the hand. It would be interesting to see if, like, in the opening, right, we see those like very very thin metal hands. We could see like the knuckles are sort of shaped like buttons. That would be something, but I don't think they are.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
And
There's not enough detailing to show.
I'd like to point out, books can also have issues. It could be an inconsistency in
true.
the book too.
Crimson, that's very true. We haven't covered a book on the podcast yet, but
Yeah, but they can
Sorry,
also be flawed.
I'm not using that as a defense. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying it as a
I think
statement.
the book gives an explanation, but I don't remember what it is.
The only thing outside of
yes.
her own eyes being seen is she can see through the doll, the Coraline doll. That's
Yes,
pretty much it,
which
has eyes.
brings up a question for me. Do you think the Coraline doll got turned into the parent doll?
I think so. We never see the Coraline doll again, and we see her turning the old doll into the Coraline doll. So that's where I'm out thinking with it.
Okay.
Ryder?
Or about whether the doll was changed into the parent's doll?
Yeah.
Yeah, if the little me doll was turned into the parent one, or if they're separate.
Yeah, I don't have any issues with that. I would think there was probably separate, but it wouldn't bother me either way. It doesn't change much.
I think he's just asking which one you think it is. You think it was transformed or just a second one?
Well, if going with, I mean, I said both work, so I never really thought about which one I thought about definitively.
All right, Ryder thinks both. Cool.
Yeah, a thumbs up. Sorry.
I guess falling into both. When Coraline pockets the snow globe of her parents and escapes, quote unquote, the beldam back into her real world to see the snow globe in the real world broken and melting, does she then have two snow globes in that world?
You don't see her pull one out of her bag, right?
No.
So I guess that's just the Schrodinger's cat. It's both in her
Or
bag
crossing-
and not in her bag at the same time.
Is crossing the barrier what counteracted both in a plane of existence in the same world to break the one of them?
Well, maybe the snow globe was a portal. Maybe that's how she captured them. She sucked him into the snow globe from the real world.
I've seen Red One. This isn't that.
I don't know. That would kind of explain how she got
That's a
them,
possibility.
sucked them in the snow globe, brought them over to the other side.
Could be.
But nothing definitive on anything really.
Let's go to Crimson.
Okay. On the topic of the parents doll, what does that even mean? Did they get tricked into going through the door? Or is that what it's implying?
I think that she's spying on them. Just
how,
to get
how did she get them?
Better data for her world or whatever.
But Crimson's not gonna like it. In order to capture someone, does the Beldam's Fae ability need to have a quote-unquote voodoo of whoever it is she's collecting?
She doesn't.
Otherwise, why not just use the well, she doesn't capture the cat.
Well, if you're talking about getting someone into the other world, is that what you're referring to as what capturing is? Because the cat can just pass through whenever it wants.
That's true. Oh, my theory's broken. I don't know.
And I think this is one of the bigger issues is how she got the parents. Because what this is kind of telling me is that she made the doll to get them into the world like Coraline did. But I don't understand how that would really work.
Because neither of them were at home. Where she doesn't have any purview.
Unless it's just another taunt.
I mean, sure.
To show Coraline.
To get her to come over, but that doesn't answer how the parents get there.
No.
Yeah. That's definitely a problem I have.
Let's go to writer.
I had seen this film so many times. There was a time where I know Coraline is singing the rhythm for the song from her dad while he was making dinner at the beginning of the film to comfort herself as she's carrying the key to the well. But I remember I used to think that somehow the Beldam's hand was singing the song. Because there's a part where it kind of just tilts its head a little bit, in quotes, the head of the hand, kind of implying a personality. It just tilts its head in sync with the song.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a part of me when I was younger, I used to think that the Beldam's hand was singing the song.
Interesting.
Yeah, just a little history note for me. Other than that, I'm really happy that Coraline's singing the song. Good stuff.
I say on convenience that YB just happens to be at the well in the middle of the night.
Yeah, convenient. He does do a lot of roaming around, but I need more excuse for that. My only thought for this is the cat went to get him.
He does say that it was the cat's idea. But then you have to argue, how does the cat know where she is?
And how can YB hear the cat?
She's trying to leave to throw the thing away. So like she pushes the cat out of the way because the cat's blocking her away from leaving the door. So the cat knows she's going off. So the cat could have immediately run to YB. At least
doesn't know she's going to the well. I mean, it's an safe inference that that's what she would do.
Yeah,
but it's not a for sure thing. She didn't say anything
that
to it.
Could work.
Yes, like I think it's pretty close. The only issue then for me is timing, because if YB was asleep, the cat woke him up. He'd have to get dressed, suit up, and go out. Because he shows up in his bike, ready to fight, more or less, to help her.
Yeah.
So there's some timing issues with this, but I think it's justified that he's there.
Another thing I didn't really care for here was when he apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, I didn't believe you, and I thought you were crazy. Grandma showed me this photo." I'm like, "Oh, okay, it's a photo of her and her sister."
Yeah, I don't know how that makes proof.
That's not proof of anything.
That didn't
because
help
Coraline
me
didn't show a photo of the dead grandma's sister.
Yeah, what would need to change is that like Coraline can draw him a quick sketch of something, and like it can look vaguely like one of the ghosts. and then that could be proof enough for YB once he gets a picture to realize that she wasn't lying. It's an easy, quick fix, at least from my point of view.
That's better than what we have, which is something that doesn't make any sense.
Yep.
It just helps Coraline understand. YB's just a whole messenger boy from the grandma to Coraline.
Pretty much. I mean, she's not introduced until the very end as a talking character.
When she's not far from the Pink Palace at all, because she's constantly yelling for YB, and we can hear it.
Yeah.
Wyborn!
Yeah. They do not live far. Which is why I think it's totally fine if the cat ran to YB, because it's relatively close, and the running cat's faster than Coraline, who's walking to the well. So in my head, not exactly know the geography of where the grandma and YB's house is, or the Lovat house is, but best guess is that can work.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, have you guys seen a transition before of the moon turning into a balloon?
It sounds like you're setting up that we have. I don't remember one.
Oh, you haven't?
Not that I can remember.
That's a bit ridiculous.
Okay. I wouldn't really call that a transition.
No, it's not, but it's just a moon into a balloon.
Okay, then yes, I have seen
I just
that.
went, oh, I've seen this before.
Ridiculous. Okay. Prisoner Mask Man for people that don't understand.
Just give him the answer.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's go to Crimson.
All right. Something that bugged me on this deal of a game is there was no time frame allotted. Coraline didn't pitch a time. Other mother didn't pitch a time. And I wrote that in my notes like,
It's
okay.
just assumed a time.
So
with the
how
moon.
long does she have to search for the stuff? And then later we see the button eclipse happening. Like, okay, I guess that's the clock. But when was that stated? That's just random.
It wasn't. Which I think is a loophole. Well, kind of loophole of the Beldam. Like, don't explain all the rules, but there are rules. Kind of like a genie stuff.
I feel like that's weak sauce.
I'm not against you on that. It is a bit weak sauce, but
yeah, I'd prefer there to be an explicit timeline. The show versus tell really cool, but we don't.
It dumbs down Coraline.
What I don't get with it is it's constantly moving, and then when the cat brings the last ball to Coraline, it stops. But Coraline doesn't have possession of it for the game to end.
Yep, I agree.
I think it should have stopped when Coraline touched it, versus the cat just being in the moonlight.
See, the eyeballs were within proximity, so.
Oh, I guess that's it. Then when Coraline was in the tent with the Rat King abomination of mice or whatever, Bobinsky, it should have stopped then.
Yeah, it was outside. The moon was frozen. We just couldn't see it because we were inside.
More inference. Not inference, inference.
Yes, more inference.
All right, let's go to writer.
All right. I'll go to one of my favorite scenes, which is now that Coraline's reunited with her parents, we can see that they're playing in a room. They're happier because the catalog sold well, so they can celebrate a little bit. And obviously, this continues off the scene where they were introduced, despite the snow problem. And again, bit of payoff. The mother got her the gloves now that they're a little bit better off.
Yeah. Did you guys like that the squid did hug the dad's face?
Yeah, I did notice that.
Yes.
Squid really deserves a spin-off.
I think it's called Alien.
Oh.
Face hug.
Crimson, a little bit on a tire with color theory. Do you know any other protagonist that has an orange top, blue vest, or dark blue vest, wears a hat that's relatively blue topped?
Orange top, dark blue vest. I'm sure I
Wears
do.
a hat, but blue on top of the head.
Do I get any other hints?
Well, Coraline in the forest, I don't know if was walking around any pine trees.
They put pine. Pine.
Yeah. I don't know why it crossed me on this watch that I just went, oh, Coraline's attire kind of at the end mimics a little bit of that of Dipper.
He stole it from Coraline. Actually, was it the same year? When did Gravity Falls come out? It's like, was it
I
2010?
could not tell you.
Wow. I don't think it was
it's already 15
2009.
years old. Ooh.
Feeling the age now, gentlemen.
Oh, I've been feeling it for a while.
Yeah, tell me about it.
How's everyone's notes looking?
2012.
You have 2012 notes? Good God, Ryder, how do you think? How you looking?
I only got a few, man. Jesus.
I have a couple left still. Or a
Okay.
few.
I guess with that, let's go to Crimson. You have a few. Because I'm looking pretty dark. I'm like practically out. Everything being touched on has already been brought up.
It just has to do with conveniences. We have the garden where she happens to have pruners within range to combat the plants. You have the flashlight just sitting at the theater. You have the rock for YB to use, at which point he doesn't have the time to climb out of the well, grab the rock, and smash the hand, by the way. There's just conveniences in this final act that I'm not a huge fan of.
The flashlight, I say, is a convenience. The rock is the middle for me. I guess that is a little bit on timing. The shears, I think she packs with her before she leaves.
The shears she packs, don't have an issue with that.
Okay.
I do have an issue with the flashlight, and because the flashlight's also something she could have just packed. I don't know why they needed to do that. It makes it convenient.
Yeah, it's just sitting
But
there.
yeah,
in the
It
aisle.
kind of goes with they didn't have one in the real world, and the only flashlight we know is the terrier who is the usher.
Yeah, I don't. That's weak sauce. I'm not gonna believe Coraline,
a thing
who
now.
loves going out at night in gardens and stuff like that, and she's a very hands-on character. I can believe she has a flashlight. So yeah, that's convenient for me. But yeah, so I agree with the others.
Okay. That might have been. It was very fast when she was packing things. That might have been like you jotting down a note, missed it with the shears.
It's possible.
All right, Ryder.
I will jump to the as much it might this is a subjective thing for me. I don't like that YB gets in the last hit on the hand.
Because he had nothing to do with
'Cause
anything.
Yeah, he had. Well, I mean, he has a little bit to do in the story, but
He has no
more
direct
like as a
interactions
more
with the
as
other
someone
world.
from the more from me just like having read the book. I prefer YB. Coraline deserved the victory.
You prefer YB non-existent.
I don't need YB non-existent. I do no. I see his purpose in the story. He does serve purpose in the film, so I have no issue with him being here, and I don't mind him helping because he's Coraline's friend in this version. But I would have preferred Coraline get the last hit in. But I do like that they work together.
I can fully understand that.
That's just a subjective thing.
That's like if Happy Hogan took down Thanos. Got
Boy, that would suck.
it. Just going with a comparison.
Man, that would suck.
Sorry.
No worries.
Alert, Crimson. I think one of the last things I have is I like in the after credits of the movie, it shows how that I guess the bricks, the mice coming out of the bricks look, how that was animated. Which is really cool.
Yeah, the swirl.
Yeah, and how the blue screen and what the camera effect was to be placed with the lighting.
Yeah, it's
That was neat.
pretty insane to keep track of all that.
It was neat. That was also upheld, like in above. I don't know what I'm going for. Space. It was held up. It wasn't
Suspended.
like on a table or laid
Yes.
by gravity. It was suspended. Thank you. That's the word.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I'm not a big fan of the spirits having physical attributes, like being able to interact with stuff, specifically
how a
through the
blanket's on top of them?
eyeballs. Well, I guess that's also a factor. I didn't even think about that. But the eyeballs shutting the door closed. The fact that they can interact with the world, I think, adds unnecessary potentials. Like, why can't they just move their eyeballs?
That's a fair point.
I don't know.
I think I can still buy that they can be existing in that part of the tunnel, because we see the cat starts to be able to talk the second he's in the tunnel. Or
Which
pretty
aids into me thinking the whole tunnel is controlled.
yeah. So I'm fine with them having some sort of ability in the Beldam's world because it's a more magical oriented. But it's it's always a hard line to walk when you can start making ghosts interact with physical objects.
Yeah, because I could understand like the mirror ghosts. Maybe they can because they're the full spirit. But the partial soul spirit in the eyes, that's too much. I think that can actually interact with
Is
the
it
outside.
is it to aid that they're no longer in control of the Beldam? That Coraline has them, so they're more free to do things.
I don't think there's anything to read into that.
Well, I'm just trying to think, like, if they could have done the whole hand thing the whole time being out of the eyes, which is where the hands come out of from. Why not just like use the hands to pick up the eye and float it over to the kid and get out?
Well, there's
I'm
also
just thinking
the.
because the Beldam had control over it.
I mean, the Beldam probably had them all in a safe somewhere because these items that they were hidden at, like on the gear shift for the Mantis vehicle, in the candy cocoon, and in the tent, I guess, upstairs. These didn't exist before Coraline. These were created for Coraline, so the eyes had to have been somewhere else.
Yes. Or the eyes, like everything else, don't look like that they're supposed to look like. Like one of them's like a stick shift nozzle, but when Coraline looks at it under a bed, it doesn't look like it's just like a colored ball. So I
Yeah,
think they also just look different in the world. So they are placed into places where Coraline's fabrication of the world is made to for them to be. But I think they're just look like that.
I feel like in the real world, then, if their properties change, they should actually be real eyeballs.
They could be. No, they're not. Why did I say
not.
could be? They're not.
I don't know.
Because under the pillow they
That's
just
because you
shatter.
like to say alternatives to anything I say.
Yeah.
They could be.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I was just thinking, like looking at the pillow, and it's just like gunk.
Just
Broken
puddle of
like Christmas
eyeballs.
ornaments. Rip.
Yeah, broken Christmas ornaments with body like
Cracked
flesh.
eyeballs,
I guess that's the word I'm looking for. So, writer, go to you.
Yeah, I do like that. So I do think Coraline's plan is a good one, because it's established that the well is so deep that it would be the closest spot that she can go to get rid of the keys. I think it works. As far as a smart kid to want to get rid of something, throw it down the well.
Yeah, it makes
Yes.
sense.
Just must believe that it'll get rid of it.
It's either that, burn
Let's
it, or dig a hole somewhere.
Yeah. Let's do one more from each of you. So one more from prison.
From what?
One more from each of you. One more point.
It just sounded like you said from prison. One more from prison.
From Crimson,
Crimson.
please.
One more from prison. I'll go with I guess pretty much the ending where everyone's all working together at the garden party or hanging out at the garden party,
I don't
And
think Bobinsky's working with them, but
I
sure.
he's adding to the garden. It's just not what they want at the garden. Adding beats. So I like that the characters are still themselves. It's even the parents, even though I discussed, it feels like a little bit more like they cranked up the kindness, but the whole they're in a better position now is a fair enough argument. I don't know. It's a good, satisfying ending. Part of me wants to have heard Coraline talking to the grandma a little bit. I do realize pacing wise it would not fit. It would be fluff and slow down the
in a
ending.
weird way,
But
in a weird way, it would probably provide some extra closure and answers to questions, but it would
if it
fuddle
was
a bit the
in the
pacing.
credit roll, I would take. If it was during the credit roll, I think that would be nice.
Yeah. Okay. And that was the one from.
From prison, yeah.
Right, I just blank. Yeah, thank you. Okay, one from writer. Jeez,
Uh,
I'm deteriorating.
yeah, I didn't really touch on the aesthetic of the Belden's like abode. It was all the furniture is
Oh,
made
darn.
of bugs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's really cool. And it kind of enforces the idea that they're not really functioning unless the Belden is awake and functioning, because the wardrobe obviously sits and blocks the door for Coraline, but he gets pushed over and just starts waking up once the Belden wakes up. So there's kind of a, again, it kind of feeds into how the whole world operates on her power.
Yes. Now, I haven't seen Monkey Bone, but from Night Before Christmas and James and the Giant Peach, I think Henry Selick has a thing for bugs.
I guess so.
Might have been a bug catcher as a kid. Yeah.
What's
Because
the bad guy in James Giant's Peach? It's been so long I've
the
seen it.
rhino.
I don't.
Rhino.
There's a bad guy in James and the Peach. I don't
Yeah, it's the
remember.
cloud. It's the rhino who killed his parents.
Yeah, I don't remember that at all.
I don't.
But I
don't
remember
remember it at all
like
either.
the centipede guy or whatever.
Yeah, and the pirates underground, who one of them's like Jack Skellington, I think, with a beard, and then there's like a robotic shark, or something.
What a fever dream.
I haven't seen it in a while.
Not that I tried.
But yeah, the whole vibrancy of these colors and all the bugs just reminded me of Oogie Boogie a bit.
Yeah, once you brought up the comparison of bugs, I was like, oh, he's talking about Oogie Boogie. Two bug villains.
Yeah, done by Henry Selick.
Maybe he doesn't like bugs.
Oh, well, I don't know. James and the Giant Peach is James with a bunch of bugs.
I
They're all
guess.
good guys. So, well, with that, that'll end our coverage of Coraline, and we will go into our ratings. If we have any more points that we have forgotten, maybe we'll bring them up in the recap. Maybe we'll have enough time by the recap actually to read your comments on this episode and bring them up. Maybe. It's timey-wimey stuff. Anywho, with all that, let us begin our ratings with Ryder.
All right. I will start with my subject. Actually, no, I'm gonna do my objective first. I never do my objective
Oh.
first. I know, right? I didn't really talk much about the characters going through this story. I don't really have many inconsistencies as far as character motivation is concerned. Most of the things have a logical through line to them. You have to make some inferences with the Belden, but they're not huge, humongous leaps of logic. You can get there without necessarily having to bend the story too much. I think all the characters are really well fleshed out from even even though would want more from them. Bobinsky, I think, is a good character, being even probably the weakest of all the house mates and stuff like that. YB, for not being a book character, I think he's he's decently well integrated. I'd argue the only nick I have with him is more plot related, in that he kind of takes the last bit of victory from Coraline. But I think for the rest, it's good job. I think Coraline is kind of a rare, well, at least rare today, a really well written young female protagonist. She's pretty consistent with herself. She doesn't feel too like shoehorned and like I'm special, I know how to do everything kind of character. She's got her flaws. She's feels very well realized as far as her character goes. Um the Belden, like I said, there are some stretches you have to make for her powers and why she's locked into acting a certain way, but none of those influences are, again, too big. And I've talked about Coraline's parents a lot. They're probably the ones I focused on the most in terms of direct character interactions and how they function, because they're side characters, but they are integrally important to Coraline's character. And I think they're incredibly well written. Um, the world building, very, very soft. The magic system, I think I've kind of inferred the best way it could work out. I don't really find that many leaps in logic with what I've applied as my understanding, being that her magic slash world is fueled by the souls she's captured and are burning in like a furnace, being the children's eyes, I would guess. That being said, still some nicks here with the magic system. The biggest problem is the parents, and why is the snow disappearing? Why don't they notice that? There's also the aspect of um, how did they get trapped in the first place? How much can the Beldan affect the real world? They're probably those are all nicks that definitely coalesce into a problem, I think. As far as her abilities are concerned, within her realm, I think everything is fine. Outside of her realms where issues start cropping in, we've talked about her hand not really having the ability to see. It's kind of inconsistent with establishing the buttons as her ability to see. And the plot is very well paced. As far as it's very character driven from Coraline's point of view, and I think there's definitely some plot. There's definitely some plot armor in towards the third act, and some minor bits before then. Overall, objectively, I've been bouncing between a 7.5 and an 8. I think I'm gonna land on an 8 for the time being. My subjective can be summed up as this. I have a very, very distinct. I have a lot of distinct memories of my mom turning this movie on and just me sitting down to watch, or one of us was cooking for the other person at the time. I love this movie quite a bit. I've rewatched it many times. Definitely way more than 20. I probably under 50, but it's pretty high numbers for how many times I've seen this film, or it's been on in the peripheral vision of whatever I'm doing. So sub is an 8.5.
All right. Next, we're going to go to me to save Crimson for last.
Wow.
Dum dum dum, because I'm sure everyone's curious what the first timer has to say. Let's see. I'm going to start with my subjective. This movie's awesome. If you haven't known, if I didn't like this movie, why the heck would I go see it in theaters for its 15th anniversary? Crazy. This is an 8. I find it very enjoyable, especially for kind of that Halloween-y vibe, like a horror movie for kids sense, but I think it has more than that, than like the kiddie approach. I think this has less. Ooh, that's hard to tell. I think this has less kiddie feel as a targeted audience than Little Vampire or Monster House did. I think I'm comfortable to say that.
Probably agree with that. Yeah, I'd probably agree with that. There's a lot more adult themes with this one.
Yeah. But I find it very enjoyable. I've seen it so many times, and I know there's so many theories and hidden details and a ton of stuff in this movie. I just didn't write them all down, unfortunately. I'm so sorry. Maybe I'll have them in time for the recap to add them in. But I know that this movie had so much attention to detail in it, which is really cool. I'm sure if Edgar Wright directed this over Henry Selick, it would have 200 times more attention to detail stuff. And possibly could be Crimson's favorite movie. Don't know. So with that, I'll go to my objective. This stop motion animation is so damn good looking. It looks so great for stop motion. Comparatively going to like Wallace and Gromit stuff or the other Leica projects. This one to me stands out more, which is interesting since this is their first and they would have evolved and adapted off of things from the past to make things better. But just looking at Coraline versus like the trailer to Missing Link, it feels like two different looks, which is fine. Maybe that was a different whole approach for the Missing Link, but Coraline, something about it just really stands out and I really like it, the look of it. Cinematography, always hard to tell in animation, but Crimson brought up a good point. Very dynamic cinematography. I think that's kind of in line for it being stop motion rather than flat to a surface, like either 2D animated or even 3D with a virtual spaced camera. This was all real physical things being shown, so the camera work on that I think aids a little more helpfulness to it. And I think there were some really good shots, really good looks. I think our first kind of look of Coraline is a lot of top-down looks to make her look small in this big unknown world, and then it goes on and makes her look more empowered and independent and strong, kind of going through like her character arc. So the camera working with that I think was pretty good. Transitions I think were really good for the editing. One I touched on that was a little cheap, but other than that I think it very smooth with its editing. Music I think was really good, very distinct to the movie, being like gibberish stuff. No other movie really comes to mind that has that. So I think it's really good for its tone and vibe. The voice acting, I think voice acting overall is pretty darn good. The mouthing kind of has maybe some of those shortcuts where the lips cover more than the teeth or tongue look for internal look of the words being said to kind of give that puppet look where it's just the flapping to cover up some of the dialect of the words. Other than that, I think it's good. The writing goes to the part where there's just a lot of inference, and I don't know if anyone, it could have been writer, but I don't know if it's like if you read the book, it helps you understand more of the movie of like things that weren't shown or in the background. But even from the conversations we had covering it, didn't really seem like it had that because there's changes. But I just think there's too much off-screen inference that brings up a lot of mystery to the questions that make it very smooth in its writing, which I don't think affect the pacing, but affects the understanding of everything correctly. Like the big one is like, how did the real parents get kidnapped? Because I think that's pretty big into like the Beldam's powers or the reason why the parent doll was made, or if the mice were involved or any of that, because it's all off screen. But also playing into the fact, like, is this a false world where they never kidnapped? Were they fake the whole time? Is Coraline in a coma the whole time? Was it all a dream the whole time? Was it like all these things that it could be? And I think the big question is like, it's not that kind of movie, or it's the point of the movie for it to be speculated all that way, which is can be very confusing, but also very good talking points for people to bring up like different theories, ideas, and everything if nothing's set in stone. So that's kind of fascinating if that is a thing. But I think the writing still has nicks to it, especially like magic system and decision making of some things on the build-up's part and things like that. Lighting, I guess overall lighting's fine. Trying to think of anything else I've forgotten, but I think I got everything else. So much so that Crimson even brought up color theory, which is astounding because this movie does have aspects of that in here. But I am comfortable putting my objective at a 7.5. So I guess funny enough, I'm just slightly below Ryder in his scoring.
Half a point off on both.
So with that, let's go to Crimson.
All right. Well, fellas, which one do you want to hear first? Objective or subjective?
Uh,
Well, I'm always ripping the bandit off. Go objective.
oh,
All right. I guess we'll go objective then.
my answer is I want to hear your subjective second.
Hey, I can accommodate. I can do that. All right. So, objectively, there's a lot of good. There's also a fair amount of bad to me. I think all the stop motion, visual effects, combining the two of like the CG fog and the blue screen, it all comes together very seamlessly and looks very cohesive. The one outlier being the motion blur they used for that one part in the trapeze act. But that's not enough to really drag anything down because that's just a fraction of the film. Very beautiful. I agree, the music's good. I wish there was a bit more variety in the music, but that's more on the subjective side of things. What is here is good and is well implemented in the scenes that they're in. I think the voice acting is good. The biggest hit is writing elements, magic system being the biggest, as discussed. So I wrote bullet points for all the nicks and problems I was having, so I'm just going to go through the list because I wouldn't remember them all. So the doll existing before Coraline arrives, kind of a little issue. I went back to see what Coraline was wearing when she first arrived, and it was the yellow raincoat. So that kind of tells me it's a recent Coraline that the doll is based off of, the arriving Coraline, not a previous day Coraline. The arrival of Coraline coinciding with the weakness or the how desperate Other Mother is for the arrival of a child, and the grandma letting Coraline be there. That's a big thing because the grandma barely has a character, but what we know of her is she doesn't want kids there, and she lets this one go there. And they don't explain that. I think that doesn't make any sense. The parents not remembering from the snow globe is cheap, easy shortcut for the writing. If they were going with the approach of two worlds, and as discussed, the parents just getting captured without knowing how, I think that's pretty big for how the story goes. Other YB rescuing Coraline, his knowledge of the mirror, his ability to even take her from the mirror is too much. I think there needs to be setup involved for that because even with the Spinks theory of, well, if he had all day to wander the house, he probably could have stumbled across the magic mirror. I think that's too much inference for me personally to apply. The hand, well discussed, don't need to say much more than that. The time limit for the game being the button eclipse, it's a cool visual, I like it, but it dumbs down Coraline by not pitching it as an idea. How long do I have to do this task? And the photo of the grandma and the sister, I think that was just poorly written for YB's 180 of, you're crazy, and then grandma showed me this photo of her sister. That's not very good. So that's a lot of the writing elements that I found not great. Characters were consistent overall. I think the biggest would have been Other Mother and her motives of with the children of prioritizing the survival and just the necessity of the eyes, and then just the magic of the eyes and their limits, I guess, as a whole. I feel like that covers a lot of the big points. I do still believe that Mr. B's integration is very weak, but especially compared to the actresses. It just feels shoehorned. And something I didn't really get to say in the coverage, but I'll shoehorn it in here. In terms of the animation, I love the spider web effect with the floor that just turned into a spider web.
Oh, yeah, that was
That
called the metal web.
was cool. I think that was the best visual of this movie, and maybe one of my favorites in a stop motion. It looked really good, and just how everything looked. The room was all red, and then you got the black and white void with the black webbing. Looks cool. So objectively, my score did lower at this. I did have it as 7.5. I'm now at a 6.5. Subjectively, going into this, I thought this would be a heavy hitter for me. I had an expectation going into this from I like stop motion movies. I hear this is a really, really good movie. I saw the play. I barely remember the play, so that didn't have much sway on things. But I was expecting this be 8.5 territory. It didn't quite make that for me. I have it at a 7. Good movie. I'm definitely up for seeing again, but it did not reach great for me. So I have it at a 7.
Well, that's okay. It's your first time watching it.
You did remind me about stuff at the beginning because I forgot about that when I was going through like my problems in my head for my recap. So I'm at a 7.5, I think, objectively.
Ooh, bump him
Yeah.
down.
Yeah, you bumped me down. I was trying. You reminded me of the issues surrounding the grandmother. The only reason I could think of that the grandmother would let Coraline in is because she looks like the doll that she's been carrying around. But for as far as she knows, that's reason not to let her in. Potentially, the knowledge and level of the grandmother's, like whether she found the doll that used to look like her sister, now it turned into a doll that looked like somebody else. She might get the hint that something else is going on, but again, nothing.
Yeah.
I just think for how off hands the grandma was and relaying everything through YB that she wasn't like connecting that.
The doll thing?
Yeah. Or like how resembled Coraline and all that.
Well, anything else before I read us out?
Yes, one last thing, audience, save it for the end. Please be kind to Crimson for this episode in any way, shape, or form. This is his first time taking the reins for the visual side of things.
Yeah. Or be brutal with me. I'll take the engagement.
Don't do that, please. Be kind to him. This is his first time running it. So if there's any bumps, we'll smooth them out.
Should I read us out now?
Yep, I'm good.
That's all I had. So yeah.
I got
Okay.
nothing.
Thank you, audience, for listening, whether it be Spotify, Amazon, Castbox, Good Pods, iHeartRadio, Podcast, and Samsung. And you happen to be our visual side of things, be it YouTube or Rumble. Thank you for watching our PNG YouTuber slideshow there. Please feel free to like, comment, subscribe everywhere. Tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you love them. And as always, I've been a Geeky Writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.